Honorable members, at the break, we were debating a compendium of bills. And before we do, I got some documents that I would like to lay on the table. Mr. Forbes? As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member from Mount Moriah.
Madam Speaker, parliamentary colleagues, Mount Moriah, Bahamians at home and abroad, good afternoon. Psalms chapter 121, verses 1 through 2. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which make heaven and earth. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Prime Minister in his capacity as the Minister of Finance for continuing to deliver what we promised the Bahamian people we would do prior to being elected. I would like to also recognize the effort of the diligent and hardworking staff of the House of Assembly, Mr. David Forbes, Ms. Asheron Lightbourne, Mr. Rashard Flowers, Mr. Charlie Major, Mr. Glenroy Oliver, Sergeant of Arms, Mr. Penniman, the photographers, and of course, the Fourth Estate, the media. I would be grossly remiss if I didn't pay respect to you, Madam Speaker, for being fair, balanced, judicious, and firm in your decision-making. I would elect to say that you are standing, albeit sitting, in your purpose. May God continue to guide and bestow you with wisdom, not only to excel in this place, but also in that special place in your heart called Bamboo Town, where you are not only the representative, but also reside. Your constituents not only call you MP, but neighbor, sister, mummy, and more importantly, friend.
Protection all day. All day today. All day. You don't have to worry about nothing. I got you.
Just getting warmed up, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Lastly, Madam Speaker, Numbers chapter 6, verses 24 to 26 states, "The Lord bless thee, the Lord keep thee, the Lord make his face shine upon thee, and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee, and give thee peace." Selah. I acknowledge the Minister of State for Economic Affairs, the Honorable Minister Michael Alcides, whose fingerprints are all over this pragmatic and well-considered approach to our economic affairs. Madam Speaker, as I said before, good governance matters. Steady hands matters. Competency matters. A heart for the people matters. Madam Speaker, all of these attributes can be attributed to the good Minister of State for Economic Affairs, whom in my early years provided me the opportunity and privilege to campaign with him in 2002. And since then, Madam Speaker, I report to you that I'm still campaigning. There is a tremendous amount of detail that goes into planning and executing a national budget. But as such, I recognize the invaluable work of the Ministry of Finance and its dedicated staff, led by the Financial Secretary, Mr. Simon Wilson, who has served under multiple administrations with distinction. Madam Speaker, our Constitution speaks to an abiding respect for Christian values, which aligns with my Christian upbringing on my maternal side, Bennett's Harbor, Kid Island, and my paternal side, Stanya Creek, Andros. Madam Speaker, out of respect for God and both my late Grammys, Jessie Blair Thurston, affectionately known as Lair, and Justina Sampson, also known as Nolly, I must acknowledge the House Chaplain, Apostle Valentino Williams, who undoubtedly is a powerful man of God. I recognize all of the ministers of the gospel throughout the country who are invariably praying and making supplication to God for the success of our nation. I would also acknowledge those in the gallery today. I see he's missing, he's usually here, especially Mr. Calvin Farquharson, affectionately known as Faki. He is known to Mount Moriah in a positive way. I also acknowledge my in-laws, Stalwart Councilor Mr. Arthur Hiram Heald, and my lovely mother-in-law, Regina Alice Heald, and my sister-in-law, Lydia Heald, who are in Nassau watching from the comfort of my home. Madam Speaker, I say without exaggeration that it is a privilege to rise again to represent, in this member's humble opinion, the greatest constituency on planet Earth, Mount Moriah. Madam Speaker, from the bottom of my heart, I am forever grateful to the residents of Mount Moriah for entrusting me with a seat at this table, in this House, at this time, to faithfully guard and advance the interests of Mount Moriah. I am completely, entirely, and wholly committed to you. Madam Speaker, my unwavering commitment to them is because they believed and continue to believe against the odds, against the pundits, against the political mercenaries, against every single thing that was thrown our way or intended to throw us off. Because as I said before, Madam Speaker, real no real, and no weapon formed against us will prosper. The people of Mount Moriah will determine my political fate. Their collective voices will be heard loud and clear. And as the great late Sir Lyndon Oscar Pinling said, the voice of the people are the voice of God. Colleagues, not a voice note, not a voice note. He said the voice of the people, the collective, the whole, the voice of the people. My feet are firmly planted in Mount Moriah. We are no longer constituent and MP. We are a big, close-knit family. Before I embark on my substantive parts of my contribution, I would like to acknowledge the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and all of my esteemed parliamentary colleagues for assisting us in Mount Moriah. We appreciate all of you. I am humbled by the confidence and support you have reposed in me. Madam Speaker, I will touch briefly on our 50th independence celebration. I think I will face no resistance by stating that we are all indebted to the framers and signatories to our Constitution, which enshrine many of the rights and freedoms we enjoy today. Madam Speaker, the sacrifices of the men and the suffragettes, the women them, are immeasurable. They plowed through racial inequalities, risking what little they had to bring us closer to a more fairer society, many of whom have gone home to glory. However, some of them are here with us today. I am sure, Madam Speaker, that the women, the suffragettes, are proud of the member for Seabreeze, Her Excellency, the Honorable Leslie Miller Bryce. 50 years ago, women were severely limited. 50 years later, Her Excellency and her team has orchestrated the most detailed, elaborate, and meaningful Independence Day celebrations that I can remember. She has underscored the importance and respect our independence celebration deserves. She's a giant of a woman who continues to serve with distinction in all capacities and should be commended by all. Madam Speaker, I hope that I am not speaking out of turn by saying economic empowerment is the last pillar of true independence. Madam Speaker, this budget fosters the environment necessary to produce more entrepreneurs and grow existing businesses. This budget ensures that we see more women, more men and women from the inner cities raising up to take their rightful place at the front of our economy. That means more unfamiliar faces at the economic table, more faces out of Yellow Elder Gardens, more faces out of Millennium Gardens and Stapleton Gardens, more faces out of Lizzie, more faces out of Centerville, more faces out of Nabi. That is what this budget does, Madam Speaker. We must do so with haste, and do so, Madam Speaker, unapologetically. Unapologetically, Madam Speaker. No apologies. Madam Speaker, people that look like me, sound like me, and come from the inner cities just like me. And of course, we must include those that look like the Honorable Member for St. Anne's. Because most of all, and most importantly, we are all Bahamians. Our political mandates may change from administration to administration to meet the challenges of the time. And of course, those that look like Clay. Clay working, he's getting a little brown. Clay, he's working, but he's there. The point has been made, Madam Speaker. Our political mandates may change from administration to administration to meet the challenges of the time. But our political philosophy of starting with the hurting and the most challenged is a common thread dating as far back as 1967. This is evidence in our holistic approach to governance, not just dollars and cents, but governing with a sense of purpose. This is evidence with the mental health bill and the bill that reduces the time to make insurance claims for persons who are presumed dead to help and assist the Dorian survivors. That is what a caring administration does, Madam Speaker. That is the PLP. What you see, Madam Speaker, is a legislative agenda that is driven by putting the Bahamian people first, complying with the needs on the ground. There's one last bit of housekeeping I must attend to, Madam Speaker. My time is constrained by 60 minutes allotted to me. Notwithstanding, I must recognize a great man, a great contributor to Mount Moriah, a veteran politician, a man who ensures that we on this side are sharp and always prepared and ready to go. He has shepherded our legislative agenda through this House with precision and accuracy. Madam Speaker, you would attest that he is the voice of reason, and he displayed that today. He is a political giant and understudied his political craft from the master himself, the late great Sir Lyndon Oscar Pinley. He is a man that has not grown weary in well-doing. Madam Speaker, without further ado, I am speaking of the one, the only, the smooth, the urbane, the Member of Parliament for West Grand Bahama and Bimini. The man that walks quietly but carries the government whip. The leader of government business, the Honorable Obadiah Wilshcombe. And as the women them say, and I saw them in 2021 screaming, "Obi or nothing."
Double protection.
I highlight this great member because he has made a valuable contribution to Mount Moriah. During the 2021 campaign, I made a commitment to deliver the first ever community center to the residents of Mount Moriah. When asked how I would achieve this, when it has never been done before by more recognizable names, I said it would be prudent to use existing infrastructure and buildings in the community, thereby eliminating acquisition costs, building costs, and allowing more funds to be put into the community center. On the 17th of September 2021, after the recount, I was back on the ground making the necessary assessments. I was informed that the building required was under the remit of the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development. We engaged in discussions with the officials of the ministry and agreed that this location would be the best to serve the community of Mount Moriah as a community center. And for those who are still in doubt, please see the letter releasing the building and land to us for the development of the community center. This is the letter that was provided to us to release the existing building to us as a community center for the constituency of Mount Moriah. It says here, the caption refers, please find attached a letter submitted to the Member of Parliament for Mount Moriah constituency, the Honourable Michael Barnaby, to the Minister of Social Services and Urban Development, the Honourable Obadiah Wilchcombe, requesting the use of the Senior Citizen Centre located in Yellow Elder Gardens. This serves to advise that the centre is no longer in use by the Department of Social Services and that the Honourable Minister of Social Services and Urban Development has no objection to releasing the same. I thank you very much, Honourable Member, for your contribution to Mount Moriah. We will always remember you, sir. I would also show members here and also persons in the gallery and also persons at home and persons, more importantly, in Mount Moriah. This is the front of the center. This is what exists today. This is what exists today. This is the sides of the center. This is the side. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the other side of the center. This is the back of the center. Speaker. This is the aerial shot of the center. Yeah. And this is the space. I want you to focus. This is the space here on both sides where we will be putting some amenities for the people of Mount Moriah. All right, let me show them the front. And this is a rendering of the front. This is a rendering of the front of the future site of the community center. Madam Speaker. Moriah. Also Mount Moriah, we'll be able to see a pool there as well. Now, I'll get to that further in my speech, but I just wanted to show them why we are so indebted to the minister. He's done something for us, and we've done it together, something that we've been working on in my community for a very long time. I've been in Mount Moriah from 2010. I'm just knocking on doors. People keep asking about a community center. I'm so happy to be a part of the team that was able to deliver that. I must also acknowledge the Honourable Member for Freetown, the Minister of National Security, who is responsible for community centres. He has worked assiduously with this member to make our dreams a reality. I must also thank the Prime Minister, who has made space in his budget for us. The building was previously used as a daycare centre for the elderly, which was spearheaded and developed by the late, great Sir Clement T. Maynard, arguably the most revered Member of Parliament of Mount Moriah. We are expanding on his idea. We intend to bring the community and the elderly together. The budget aptly named Progress and Security lives up to its name. I believe the breathtaking amenities will reaffirm that the stone the builder refused can sometime become the chief cornerstone. Only the best for you, Mount Moriah. Only the best. The Prime Minister promised big changes. I promised big changes. The Davis administration is about big changes. This budget puts people first and demonstrates once again that our Prime Minister's lifelong commitment to restoring lives, which started before his political career, is only surpassed and bested by his performance as the best Prime Minister in the modern Bahamian era. Mount Moriah, I am proud to report that this budget will positively impact every demographic in every subdivision, the young, the not so young, the entrepreneur, the established businessman, the man on the block, government workers, those seeking employment, the underemployed, and strengthen social services. This budget invariably will progress and secure Mount Moriah in ways we have not experienced in decades. Madam Speaker, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first steps. This budget continues our mission to improve the lives of those who are struggling and challenged to secure a better future. Madam Speaker, we are adhering to the principles of good governance and achievable deliverables. We are maintaining a laser focus on the needs and desires of the Bahamian people. The Davis administration has not lost sight of our mandate, etched in our blueprint for change, which makes it pellucidly clear what we would do when we return to this place. I believe that the Davis administration understands and appreciates the urgency of now. The urgency of now is summed up in the apropos book written decades ago by the former Member of Parliament, Sir Clement Maynard. The abridged title of the book encapsulates all that is needed to be said about the urgency of now in 4 simple words, Madam Speaker. Put on more speed. Undoubtedly and unquestionably, this budget has put on more speed. More speed towards home ownership. More speed towards a healthcare system that is no longer Nassau-centric. More speed towards reducing crime against women, children, and the vulnerable. More speed towards equality between men and women. More speed towards a livable wage. More speed to putting more money in more households. More speed towards reducing the fear of crime, raising the standard of living, and more speed towards, of course, securing our borders. Madam Speaker, despite the wide and treacherous shoals, we on this side are chartering the economy in the right direction and are not afraid of what lies ahead. However, Madam Speaker, when I say more speed, I am not encouraging carelessness or abandoning careful consideration in matters of finance. Quite the contrary. I say put on more speed because we will never forget and lose sight that there are still many Bahamians whom we met at their breaking point when we came to office. I say more speed because it is what we stand for and it is what our legacy dictates. We on this side will never forget that we alone are the political EMS and EMTs. We on this side must always strengthen the underprivileged and clear a path from hopelessness to hopefulness with unmatched sense of urgency. So again, Madam Speaker, I respectfully say, put on more speed. Madam Speaker, please permit me the latitude to explain to the Bahamian people, especially Mount Moriah, what we stand for and how we differ from any other political organization and administration. Madam Speaker, we are the administration that brings people together. This is evidenced by the exemplary work of the Prime Minister and the Minister of State for Public Service, the Honorable Pia Glover-Roll, and the Cabinet of the Bahamas. Minister Glover-Roll has accomplished what her predecessors could not do in over 50 months in office in less than 15 to 20 months. If you find that incredulous, ask the real union leaders. They will agree. I repeat, if you find that incredulous, ask the real union leaders. They will agree. Madam Speaker, 18 to 19 agreements signed, sealed, and delivered is proof positive that this Davis-led administration has brought dignity back to labor. If you find that unbelievable, Ask the workers and civil servants who have witnessed numerous stalled agreements signed, sealed, and delivered, bringing closure, compensation, and much-needed monies to their families. These are not just agreements, Madam Speaker. These are mechanisms which allow Bahamian workers to take care of their families. There should be no doubt that Minister Glover Roll is an exceptional minister who has done right by the Bahamian people. Knowing her, she would be the first to say she couldn't do it without her outstanding team at the Ministry of Public Service. I think they deserve a round of applause as well. She has done so, Madam Speaker, in a dignified manner. No mudslinging, just work. On the other hand, I have seen slogans from political parties asking the public to get fed up, stoking the flames of division instead of presenting a plan, relying again, as they did in 2017, on mudslinging, misplaced anger, and personal attacks. Madam Speaker, that same energy could have been used to sort out the long-standing issues in the public service. Madam Speaker, we all witnessed union leaders all but crying on national TV. I remember them vividly. The doctors, the nurses with tears in their eyes, begging for an interview with the previous administration or to have some progress to deliver to their union members. Madam Speaker, I have said it before and I will say it again, that there is clearly a difference between us and them. We attract the best and brightest. A clear example of this is a man who was led by God and his conscience, not by salary or perks. The honorable member for Golden Isles stood up for all Bahamians and especially the residents of Golden Isles when he opposed the 60% increase in value-added tax. But what did his colleagues in the former administration do or say, Madam Speaker? What did they say? Nothing. The silence was deafening. On that fateful day, we were able to hear a pin drop, followed, of course, by banging on the desk. Madam Speaker, not only Bahamian people were liberated on the 16th of September 2021, but in this member's humble opinion, I believe that also the former cabinet ministers under the previous administration were also liberated. Some of them I see today distancing themselves from their previous decisions. Madam Speaker, it's called mental gymnastics. I agreed with it. I signed off on it. But I really didn't agree with it. Madam Speaker, if you know what I mean. Madam Speaker, there is a condition in psychology called cognitive dissonance. It's when two cognitions in your mind are not compatible with each other. A cognition is a thought, an attitude, a personal value, or behavior. The dissonance can happen when your actions don't match up with your values. There are a few signs that someone is experiencing cognitive dissonance. Let me give you an example, Madam Speaker. If you hear someone say, I voted for it, but I didn't support it, or I didn't really mean to support it, that is a clear indication of cognitive dissonance. And in some sectors, we have persons suffering from political dissonance. Firstly, the person suffering from political dissonance should be glad to know that there is a simple cure. The person suffering from political dissonance must be willing to agree that his or her belief is flawed and needs to be changed. This is the simple option, but is also West End and Grand Bahama, also Bimini, also more difficult to pull off. Nonetheless, I will still invite the side opposite to agree that the PLP budget cycles have been the best they have seen and experienced in a very long time. Now, I don't expect them to say it publicly. I don't expect for them to say it publicly. I would never ask them to bang on the desk or display their blatant political dissonance. But I would advise them to conspicuously twinkle their toes in their shoes in agreement. And their shoes is already off, eh? Secondly, Madam Speaker, they must change their political ways. They must confess that the PLP led by the Honorable Philip Brave Davis is doing a great job and promise that they will no longer oppose for opposing's sake. Madam Speaker, these are very easy things to do if you really want to change the error of your ways. I will also add that they must include the blueprint for change as a part of their required political reading. I am prescribing that they read it twice per day for the next 3.5 years. I also recommend a reading light, but they must stay away from anything that looks like a torch. They may not want to get on board, but if they really want what is best for the country, they must stop pretending like they don't know our policies are truly the best thing for this country right now. Madam Speaker, in all seriousness, if they sincerely felt strongly about taxes, as they claim they do, even when lowered, why were they so silent prior to the 16th of September 2021 when taxes were raised? There was very little opposition on record when VAT was increased by 60%. Their cries today come across as politically convenient and insincere at best. Either way, the Bahamian people are not fooled. Again, Madam Speaker, no real conviction. Just say what you think your base wants to hear. Get them riled up, anxious, and desperate. We did the opposite while in opposition. We showed the Bahamian people that we were the government in waiting. Now in government, we have shown them that we are the government that they can trust, a government that they can re-elect, because we say what we mean and mean what we say. When he came over, he was the chairman. Yeah. That's why he was, you see, he was the chairman. He was the chairman. You see, he was the, don't forget. He's scared of you. I encourage every MP and minister to stand on your record. Here is what their record sounds like. 60% increase on value-added tax. Not 10, not 20, not 30, not 40, not 50, but 60% lower taxes for the special interest, decided not to tax the mega-rich living behind shiny gates, dismantle and disband the Government Revenue Enhancement Unit, borrowed billions and billions of dollars during their term in office, raced to pass the Commercial Enterprises Bill, threatened to fire Bahamians from the rally stage. I remember the words, from the pillar to the post. And they made good on that promise, Madam Speaker. Left us with a debt service ratio of approximately, and I say approximately, 103%. Billboard signs with homes, not one house built. And they get up now, without hesitation, and have the nerve to talk about tax and spend. Madam Speaker, they are the epitome of tax and spend. It's just that in their case, they have nothing to show for all the borrowing and spending. Madam Speaker, I don't know about you, but I have not forgotten. Mount Moriah has not forgotten. And I repeat, the lackluster, uncaring, unimaginative, lazy, woeful, tax and borrow, protect the rich and forget the poor policies versus a legislative agenda which is bold and brave enough to tackle systemic issues which were made worse by the very people in this honorable place screaming, fix it and fix it now. What stands out even more is that this government coming into office lowered value-added tax from 12% to 10%. Madam Speaker, we did this coming out of the pandemic. Was it easy? No. Was it right? Yes. Because we believe in Bahamians and we believe that they needed relief. These are the commitments made. These are the commitments the Prime Minister made. And we on this side know, the Bahamas knows, Kid Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador knows, Stalwart Councillors knows, PLPs knows, the F&Ms knows, the MCMs knows that he is a man of his word. And if you ever needed further proof of that, the reduction of value-added tax from 12% to 10% would be Exhibit A. Madam Speaker, the fiscal forecast never looked brighter. We reduced the debt service ratio they left behind from 103% to approximately 83%. Financial growth is finally back in the forecast. back in the forecast. This gives us wiggle room to invest more money into programs that address at-risk individuals and the most vulnerable in society. Madam Speaker, it is almost unbelievable that there is a significant reduction in our borrowing forecast. So much so, Golden Gates, that the pundits are asking us to borrow more money, pile more money up on the existing debt. Luckily, the Minister of Finance knows when to press the gas pedal and when to pump the brakes. Notwithstanding the naysayers, we have achieved great financial accomplishments for the Bahamian people in a short period of time. Madam Speaker, despite global inflation and supply chain disruption, we have defied the odds and met those challenges head-on. We softened the brunt and absorbed the hit. For instance, food security has been a persistent and stubborn challenge for our nation. The Honourable Minister Clay Sweeting and the Honourable Member for Southern Shores did not shy away from the global challenges that washed up on our shores, but rather, Madam Speaker, they executed the Golden Yoke Initiative. We took the world's driftwood and made a bonfire. This initiative has almost immediately reduced the cost of eggs, which were exorbitantly high, in some cases, $7 to $8 per carton. This means, Madam Speaker, that we can, yes we can, through good governance, think on our feet, trust and utilize our people, reduce the negative impact of global inflation, and directly and positively impact new and old challenges. Madam Speaker, we cannot afford to stand around and cry about what we do not have, but rather act with a sense of urgency, which is what the good Minister Sweeting and Chairman Major are doing. Good work, my brother. You are doing an excellent job. That's good governance. This budget continues to advance the strides already made under this current budget. We are moving with haste. We navigated the challenges, increased salaries for healthcare workers, increased salaries for the police and the defense force officers. We have taken care of long-standing issues. We took care of doctors and nurses. We improved salaries of civil servants and increased pensions for retired civil servants. We took care of our people first. We didn't get bogged down with what color shirt you wore on the 16th of September 2021. We rolled up our sleeves and we got right to work. Yes. Madam Speaker, we have lowered taxes, increased collection, an idea that some may find foreign. We are focusing on those that can actually pay their taxes, but for whatever reason have not done so. Not only that, we have increased minimum wage from $210 to $260, despite being told not to do it by you-know-who. We were said to be reckless if we did. Think about that. We didn't side with them. We sided with the Bahamian people. I just want to pause and say this to my brothers and sisters in Grand Bahama, which is the island where my wife hails from and where my in-laws reside, that we feel the pain of Grand Bahama and what the beautiful people are going through as it relates to stagnation and long-standing issues with a certain entity in Grand Bahama. Our Prime Minister said what he said. Our Prime Minister said what he said. An article was written about Sir Lyndon Pinling addressing the inequalities suffered by Grand Bahamians. And I quote, "In 1969, at the dedication ceremony of the new Bahamas Oil Refinery Company in Freeport, Grand Bahama, Prime Minister Sir Lyndon Pinling brought the fire. Airs, spirits, and old ways were left burnt in flames of his bend or break soul speech. Pinling unleashed a blistering attack on the old established rules of Freeport. His words left many attendees squirming in their chairs or staring uncomfortably down at their shoes. The Prime Minister could have given the standard polite political speech, but instead he used the opening of the first oil refinery in the Bahamas to say his piece on behalf of the marginalized Bahamians throughout the islands." End quote. I hope that I am not speaking out of turn, Madam Speaker, but I will borrow the abridged words of Sir Lyndon Oscar Pinling. His words were considered strong and direct, but timely and well received when he said to the Barco Company operating in Grand Bahama on the 26th of July, 1969, and I quote, it is a fundamental part of my basic political philosophy that people are more important than things, that men are more important than machines. In this city, where regrettably almost anything goes, where promisingly some economic opportunities have come to Bahamians, Bahamians are nevertheless still the victims of an unbending social order, which, if not now refuses to bend, must now be broken. This is now known as the bend or break speech. The father of the nation made it pellucidly clear at that time there must be change. Now, some politically motivated people on the other side will tell you a tall tale. They will say that all is well in Grand Bahama and that nothing needs changing. Madam Speaker, this is unthinkable. Unfortunately, it's one island with two unconnected cities, one for the well-to-do and one that consists of the Grand Bahama economic survivors. The state of Grand Bahama reminds me of the New York Governor Mario Cuomo's speech, A Tale of Two Cities. He spoke these powerful words on July 16, 1984, and I quote, 10 days ago, President Reagan admitted that although some people in this country seem to be doing well nowadays, others were unhappy, even worried about themselves, their families, their futures. The president said that he didn't understand that fail. He said, why this country is a shining city on a hill. And the president is right. In many ways, we are a shining city on a hill. But the hard truth is, not everyone is sharing in the city's splendor and glory. A shining city is perhaps all the president sees from his portico of the White House and the veranda of his ranch, where some seem to be doing well. But there's another city. There's another part to the shining city, the part where some people can't pay their mortgages and most young people can't afford one, where students can't afford the education they need and the middle-class parents watch their dreams they hold for their children evaporate. In this part of the city, there are more poor than ever, more families troubled, and more families who need help but can't find it. End quote. That is the part of the city, Madam Speaker, that we fight for. We fight for the strugglers. We fight for those in the struggle. We fight for those that are challenged. This government is standing up for the people in Grand Bahama. Not bend and vacillate, but bend or break. Say what you like, the PLP has placed the Bahamian people first. If you doubt this, take a look at our rich legislative history. The National Insurance Board, the Defense Force, the National Health Insurance, and the list goes on and on and on. I'm not speaking about political personalities. I'm speaking about policies and legislative agendas, not mudslinging and gutter politics. I am talking about governance. I'm talking about this budget. I am talking about our priorities. And when speaking about governance, you must remember that we increased government assistance to local NGOs and feeding programs, which included feeding programs run by the Dancing Bishop and others just like him, and people who look like me and you, feeding people that look like me and you. This is powerful imagery for our children, showcasing that we can pull ourselves up from the bottom straight to the top, that we can make a difference right in our own communities. And that is something every decent person can relate to. Whether you wear yellow, whether you wear red, whether you're blacking out, I believe everyone can agree with that. The point is, we must purposely set our policies up to unleash our potential for change. The strongest driver for change, Golden Gates, is work. As such, we have strengthened the bonds of the labor movement. Not one, not two, not three, not five, not 8, not 10, sound like LeBron, not 12, not 15, not 16, but 18 successfully negotiated and executed industrial agreements. Madam Speaker, that is what you call good governance. Madam Speaker, no island left behind. We have upgraded the Family Island infrastructure. Take a look at Exuma, and the outlook for Cat Island is extraordinary. Take a look at the improved government services on the Family Islands. We have provided greater access to passport offices and passport office services, brought further relief to the sick by ensuring that the national insurance include catastrophic health care. We could have said next time. We could have taken the lazy way out or said that it's too expensive, but we understand, Madam Speaker, that health is wealth. We appreciate that a healthier population will essentially save our economy in the long run. That is why the Minister of Health has also focused on wellness and has placed importance on preventative measures. They may have forgotten that the National Health Insurance is also us. I think I speak for the Board of Public Parks and Public Beaches Authority when I say we are extremely proud to be the board that has played an integral role in free Wi-Fi on the parks. That is legacy. That is governance. What does free Wi-Fi mean, Madam Speaker? It means that we are not too big to lose sight or to remember that there are still many persons who do not have access to the internet. Children and parents can now access the internet from certain public parks. Good governance dictates that we utilize every piece of government property for the benefit of our people. We have triggered entrepreneurship in the field of construction and expanded home ownership, expanded the taxi cab industry participation. My sister, Minister Jobette Colby, is not here right now, but I wanted to know the strongest soldiers always gets the hardest fight.
Amen.
Trust God, trust the process, and continue working for the Bahamian people. The Honourable Member for Tall Pines and the Minister of Health and Wellness has commenced an aggressive program to improve local health services by improving health clinics in Nassau, but also in most rural areas on the Family Island. The Davis-led administration continues to break ground not only in Nassau, but we see groundbreaking for the new hospital in Grand Bahama. I must tip my hat to the member for Tall Pines for navigating us out of the deadly pandemic. He won't say it, but I can. Education is the key to success. We have improved and renovated dilapidated schools, many of which were right in Mount Moriah. I was present when I saw the Prime Minister and the Minister of Education, Glenys Hanna Martin, toured schools in Mount Moriah. They not only toured, but they ensured the facilities were repaired so that the school was able to open on time. Priorities, Madam Speaker. We have transformed the public service by aggressively addressing the decades of backlog, because that is what we do in the PLP. The board and I are taking a holistic approach to the overall of the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority. That being said, I mentioned previously that we will bring big changes to the authority because we are about big changes. We have started with the improvement of the facilities. The staff complain incessantly about the working conditions. Anyone that has visited our old office location downtown would have agreed you would be walking into an unkempt, dingy, damp, and moldy, roach-infested building. Every 3 days, we would have to shut down operations because of low water pressure. Anyone that visited the Claridge Road site would tell you that the building equipment was run down. This is some of the machines that I met in place. When you hear the members of the public talk about why the roads and the verges look so bad, but these are some of the equipment that I had to work with when I first came, when I took the chair, Madam Speaker. This was the state. That's how I met it. You see? This is the state. So when I hear the people calling the talk shows and they say, Barnaby joking. I kept quiet. I didn't say anything. And I'm not pointing any fingers now. I'm just showing the photos.
Get it done.
I'm not pointing any fingers. This is not what this contribution is about. And what we would have done today, members of the public would now be able to see these are new skies. These are new skies. These are new. You will see these traversing the streets of New Providence. Yeah, yeah. We didn't have any trailers. We bought new trailers as well. And this is the team that is helping me get it done. Madam Speaker, I report to the public today that we are no longer in that location anymore, but have relocated to Glaston and Fire Trail Road to new accommodations, commensurate with the work being undertaken at the authority. The authority was at the old location since inception. In short order, we will have a grand opening. And Madam Speaker, we have taken an aggressive approach to reorganizing and building out the authority's department. Notwithstanding the incessant demands that can easily reroute the greatest of intentions. That said, we have created the customer service department, which did not previously exist. Additionally, we now have all the infrastructure in place in order to begin the rollout of the IT department, which did not previously exist. Further, we have commenced the overhaul of the accounts department, which was previously three-persons department. The department is now headed by a senior accountant. We have recently hired another accountant. This month, we are engaging 2 junior accountants. We also now have a chief clerk and other clerical staff, thereby beefing up the authority's account department. And in short order, Madam Speaker, we will be looking for an internal auditor, Madam Speaker. I could not, of course, do this without my board. In addition, the board has approved the engagement of a certified chartered accountant firm to provide account services, which is intended to allow the authority to finally table at least one of its financial reports as mandated by law. The authority has not done so since inception, and as a result, the accountant firm, I am advised, will have to begin at the starting point, starting with the first check that was actually cut, which means it is our intent to lay the annual report for 2015 and 2016 and then work our way forward. It is a lot of work, to say the least, Madam Speaker, but this board realizes that it has to be done. We will be beefing up our presence on the parks and beaches with park wardens and security officers and bathroom attendants. Madam Speaker, the executive team and I engaged the authorities at the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services. We met with the department to discuss the implementation of the prisoners' work program. Members of the public can see the fruition of these discussions. And we would also like to thank the Minister for Freetown for aiding us with that as well. Additionally, we will refocus our efforts on building out the lifeguard department. We are also rolling out the Adopt a Roundabout program. This will allow corporate sponsors to adopt our roundabouts, thereby beautifying neighborhoods and thoroughfares and reducing our cost of operation. We have also drafted a way forward document which creates the roadmap and guidelines, procedures, and SOPs. It's a very intensive document, Madam Speaker, over 100 pages with all of the SOPs, all of the job descriptions, all of the departments, all of the oversight, the overview, everything that must be done to build the authority out in the right way. And this is something that we will publish and release to the public, Madam Speaker, electronically, and I would like to also be able to provide a copy for every member of Parliament in this place.
Thank you.
The board has also approved for the first time a pension plan for permanent employees. The board has also approved health insurance again for the first time for employees, obviously subject to approvals and being able to find the funding. But it has been approved by the board. We believe that we will get it done. Madam Speaker, it was important to me and the board to bring these needed improvements to staff of the authority. Also, Madam Speaker, we intend to establish a maintenance and facilities department to ensure that we are taking care of the new machines that we have purchased. and to ensure that we can dispatch personnel to address minor maintenance and safety issues at the park. The board has also approved a project for Russell Craig and Associates Limited, Environmental and Natural Resources Planning Agency, to commence legally identifying all public beaches access points within New Providence. The scope of the work is as follows: research, identify and locate beach access areas to the sea on New Providence Island, to prepare a base map showing boundaries of each beach access area, prepare legal descriptions of each beach access area, provide a status position on land ownership of each access area, example, public access or private access, provide recommendation for remediation of land ownership, example, if access is over private property, need land acquisition with justification, and the process for vesting all of that access to the authority. Madam Speaker, the key deliverables for that project is to produce a hard copy report, an electronic copy on beach access area, an electronic copy outlining all the details of the project. We have also completed works on parks that have been, and those that have been completed thus far, Madam Speaker, is Montague Park, Kids Play Area refurbished, Saunders Beach Park, Kids Play Area refurbished, Goodman's Bay Park, Kids Play Areas refurbished, Christie Island Park, Kids Play Areas refurbished, Tom Grant Park, Kids Play Areas refurbished. As noted earlier, Madam Speaker, new equipment secured by the authority within the last fiscal period to assist parks and beaches to carry out its mandates is six brand new Skags, 33 brand new trim whackers, 3 brand new trailers, and 3 brand new trailers. Various supplies such as safety eyeglasses, shades, trimming, and extra parts for all equipment to facilitate regular maintenance. A moderate approach was taken with spending as it related to equipment. Funding was secured to purchase additional equipment needed in the next fiscal period to continue to ramp up the efforts of Parks and Beaches Authority. The board has approved essential benefits for permanent employees of the authority. Mount Moriah, we are seeing vast improvements in all areas of our community. Our cleanup campaign has started and has not stopped. We are reducing the unemployment numbers. We have cleaned many of the service roads. We have done so, and we've done it differently. We clean, we cart, and maintain the space. So instead of an ugly dumping ground, you see nice kept grass in the community. We have placed no dumping signs and have engaged certain persons within the community to keep an active lookout for dumping. Significant corporate partners have made considerable contributions to Mount Moriah. Bahamas has completely refurbished our tennis court on Tom Grant, the Bird Grant Park. The president of Bahamas, Mr. Graham Davis, gave remarks at the opening, and we say thank you to Bahamas. We also want to say thank you to our corporate partners, Hennessy, who is currently repairing all 6 of the basketball courts on Tom, the Bird Grant Park presently. We want to say thank you to the chairman of Water and Sewage, my good colleague here, for resolving the pressure, the low water pressure that we were suffering on Melbourne Road for over 40 years. The residents no longer have to watch water drizzle out of their pipes. A big thank you. A big thank you again to the minister, and especially the Prime Minister and our corporate partners who've assisted with realizing the dream of the community center. I still have some time. I want to show that again. This Langston Hughes had something called a dream deferred, but this is a dream delivered. So this is, once again, this is what a new day looks like. And the Minister of National Security, the man who is responsible for all of the community centers. We appreciate him. And this is special. This is a special day for us in Mount Moriah. Entrepreneurial opportunities, we'll talk later. This is my time to speak. Entrepreneurial opportunities are up and the threat of crime is down. Mount Moriah, I am visible and accessible, and I conduct walkabouts approximately 4 days a week. I am here for you. I want you to remember that this budget is real. It is something that you can feel, something that you can see, and something that you will experience. I will continue to strive to make our community better because I believe in each and every one of you. There is more that brings us together than that which divides us. Our unwavering faith in our Judeo-Christian values and a strong belief that we can accomplish great and marvelous things together if we stay together. Because I truly believe, Mount Moriah, that we're better together. Always remember, no matter what side of the political aisle you stand on, all of we is one. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mount Moriah supports this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Not yet, not yet, not yet. It's amazing that the side opposite don't look as tense today since the chief tax collector arrived. Madam Speaker, before I get into my debate, I look at an article. And the Prime Minister claimed that the F&M, our accomplishments, was essentially nothing of worth. But I want to remind the Prime Minister of several things. When we came to office, we met with the executive of Bahamas, who expressed a concern that they thought their product may be somewhat jeopardized because of the amount of smoke coming across that their guests were exposed to from the dump. And the same problem with the adjoining residents at the dump site, had to keep their windows closed, air conditioned, and they could not breathe properly. And Bahamas said that if that was not fixed, their tourist product could be jeopardized and probably not grow as rapidly as they expect. And Madam Speaker, we fixed it. Then Albany, we had a meeting with Albany, and Albany said their product was in some degree of jeopardy also in terms of expansion because of the leakage at Clifton, the leakage of the oil at Clifton, which stained or contaminated the hull of the yachts within Albany and adjoining area. And Madam Speaker, BPL used to go out regularly, I was informed almost every day, to clean the hull of these vessels. And Albany said to us that that's a matter that has to be resolved. We fixed it. We fixed it. Madam.
The chair is the Honorable Member for Cal and Ramkins, Salvador.
I want to, nice Saturday. I'm going to allow you to, I'm not going to allow your character to stay in this debate. Right? And I say that in this sense. You know what caused the leakage to stop. And that was because you did what? Did what? No. Did what? I gave a contract. That's right. I gave a contract to the contractor. I don't call names in here. Who built after many studies as to the cause and effect of the leakage, which was a result of many, many years of leakage in the ground, and because of the what they call the vacuum effect of tidal rise and its low tide that sucked the oil from the ground. It was fixed by a contract issued by myself, right, to a construction company that built, after many studies, built the bulkhead wall along the shore of Clifton. It was done under my watch. Right? And I can bring, tell me otherwise. We'll bring the documents for you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask my colleague next to me to inform me when I have 5 minutes left, because I want to get into this lease on Howard Road, the lease for the Consumer Protection Building. I would insist that that be tabled, because a lot of information can be garnered from that, and I can speak very freely with that. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I rise today. Madam Speaker, allow me, stop that clock. I rise today on behalf of the good people of Kalani to offer my contribution to the 2023-24 bills that make up the national budget. I will continue to work hard on their behalf. I also rise in opposition to a historic and disturbing strategy by this greedy PLP administration to manipulate the budget and the tax system to ensure a historic transfer of wealth from the people to the PLP elite. This is not a budget mostly for the Bahamian people. This budget is part of a grand strategy by the PLP to enrich themselves by hoarding the resources. Man, you can be like
Chair recognizes
popcorn
the honourable member for Kell Island, Rum, Cairns, and Salvador.
As long as you continue to attempt to smear this administration, you call no name, but you're saying to enrich themselves. Who's going to enrich themselves by this budget? We are not like you all. You are not like you all at all. And if you want me to speak to enrichment, I could.
We both can.
I could. No, you don't frighten me nothing. Because I am brave. You say? And let me point out something between you and I. See, you're the doctor. I'm not. But I knew what to do to protect the Bahamian people against the virus.
I have a file on you too. Madam Speaker, listen.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Kell Island, Rum, Cairns, and Salvador.
Oneself. No, not old man. Your loose lips, right? It's designed to smear people's character. Right? I don't come in here to tear down no one. I come down here to debate ideas and suggestions. Right? No, you're not going to do it by suggesting that the budget is designed to enrich this government. Personally, point it out. Look in the budget and say how it is going to do so. Right?
Madam Speaker, this is why the Prime Minister, the tax collector in chief, is so defensive about the extra tax burden that he has put on the Bahamian people. This is why he is so defensive about his constant luxury travel and the over $60 million being paid to consultants. The PLP is governing by slogans and propaganda. This is why the second largest item in the budget of the Office of the Prime Minister is for public relations and spin. This budget has gone up by $400,000 in 1 year. As noted in the Nassau Guarding story on June 6, I quote, "The government has increased the budget of the communication unit in the Office of the Prime Minister from $1.9 million to $2.3 million in the 23-24 fiscal year. This allocation is found under the recurrent expenditure by spending unit section of the budget. And in that section, there are 11 line items under the Office of the Prime Minister." It went on, "The communications unit has the second largest allocation. The largest allocation, $21 million, is under general administration. The PLP prefers propaganda and public relations over substance. In terms of policy substance, there is no there. They weren't straight with the Bahamian people on their Bermuda trip. They still won't tell us how much the coronation extravaganza in London cost. And now, Madam Speaker, they wanted to provide us with a blazer. We refused, and I understand that they pulled it back. Can you imagine you wanted to buy the opposition and yourselves a blazer? I assume it was going to be yellow, but you wanted to put me in a yellow blazer? They won't tell us why they stopped the central bank, the new central bank. They won't tell us what is really going on with the cost of the new prison. Their plan and cost about a new hospital for New Providence aren't adding up. Why all this confusion and lack of transparency about these million-dollar capital projects? We wonder if the interest may be 14, 15%, and subsequently decrease if there were any mobilization fee by the government. Whenever it comes to state funds for major capital project works, the PLP can't get their stories right. They are constantly trying to deflect from their failures and grand mistakes. But Bahamians see through all of this propaganda and hide and seek. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic was difficult for the world. Countries sacrificed to save lives until vaccines, natural immunity, and treatments caused the virus to be less threatening. The natural reopening of the economies as the virus retreated resulted in increased economic activities around the world. The Bahamas has a tourism economy. The return of visitors filled our hotels, our harbors, ports, and marinas. What has made the increase in arrivals more significant is the remarkable strength and resilience of the American economy. The Economist magazine cover story on April 15, 23, titled Riding High, described the strength of the U.S. economy. Madam Speaker, the growth we are experiencing in our economy is good news for the Bahamas. We don't let the PLP, but don't let the PLP public relations fool you. It is not because of them. They want to take all the credit for what is happening now. In yet another round of spin and propaganda, the Prime Minister said in his budget communication, and I quote, "I am convinced the government's fiscal policy, namely the reduction of VAT, coupled with other reductions in customs duties and excise taxes, contribute significantly to economic growth." He went on, other elements which contributed to growth included the digitalization of the government services, especially the granting of concessions and legislative reforms. And these measures have also facilitated the ease of conducting business in the country. First of all, it has gotten more difficult doing business in the Bahamas, especially for Bahamians. It has become especially difficult in terms of business licenses and getting compliance certificates. The end of the pandemic, the good work the F&M did in saving lives and preserving our economy, and the strength of the American economy are the major factors fueling our current growth. At the time of the election, the government's own data revealed that the economy was already turning the corner. The world was opening up, and resurgence was beginning after a difficult period. What the PLP is doing is the opposite of helping. Instead of trying to assist our people with policies that give a hand up while this growth occurs, the Davis administration has unleashed a crusade of tax and fee increases. This is accompanied by an overly aggressive tax collection and seizure policy, never before seen in the history of the Bahamas. And as soon as our people start to benefit from better times, after a once-in-a-100-year pandemic, a hostile PLP has set in motion policies to take from them what they worked so hard for. The Prime Minister, it appears, just wanted power. He never had any vision about the better future for the Bahamas or even Cat Island. He did very little to improve the lives of people of Cat Island, despite representing them for years, and despite previously serving as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works. But the member for Long Island will deal with that. The Prime Minister is more comfortable with public relations over governance. Madam Speaker, crime is still a major issue, despite all of this talk, spin, public relations, and propaganda. Will the government please inform the country of the latest unemployment numbers? The reason this is mostly empty, lackluster budget is because we have a Prime Minister who often does not even know what's going on in the Ministry of Finance. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister came here and said there would be no, the Prime Minister now, there would be no increase in taxes. However, when we read the budget, the Minister of Finance has a number of increase in taxes. So, Madam Speaker, there's obviously a disconnect between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, under such circumstances, when the Minister of Finance is speaking differently from the Prime Minister, a competent, responsible Prime Minister would fire the Minister of Finance. Who's the Minister of Finance? Madam Speaker, as mentioned, the recovery that began at the end of our term is now quite robust. Lots of tourists have returned. Lots of revenue is coming in. The revenue estimate for 22-23 fiscal year is $2.84 billion. The revenue estimate for the 23-24 fiscal year is $3.32 billion. Prime Minister who came to office with no ideas and no plans finally found a calling as he saw all of this money coming into the Treasury. He couldn't help our people because this is not his main interest. He couldn't add to the progress that was occurring because this was not who he is. So he decided to enjoy the ride. The Prime Minister decided he would spend his term being the chief tax collector. His New Day administration set in motion a new set of taxes and fees to extract as much as possible, as fast as possible from the Bahamian people. They are also using New Day tax collectors to make sure they get every dollar they can, listen carefully, from the Bahamian people and the Bahamian businesses. This is going as far as seizures and garnishing accounts. And what they are using this money for, Madam Speaker, the hard-earned money of the Bahamian people, is being taken via taxes and spent lavishly by government traveling. The New Day administration has unleashed a tax and take policy. This includes tax increases, fee increases, and levy increases. And the heartless policy began from the beginning. No one saw it coming. They raised taxes on breadbasket foods. The items the poor and working people need to survive went up 10%. And Madam Speaker, 60% of the foods purchased by the poor and within the inner city are breadbasket items, 60%. And they have contributed to the running of major supermarkets. Madam Speaker, they didn't have to do this. This was their choice. They also put up taxes on medicines. These items went up 10%, and now individuals are deciding whether they take the medication or buy food. Some are choosing food over medication, and subsequently the disease entity is blown out of control, and they're admitted to hospital, either with a progressive disease or the problems related to the disease. They did not have to do this. This was a choice. By not following through on the BPL hedge the FNM left in place to protect the Bahamian people is also like a tax. Their failure has led to sky-high electricity bills Bahamians and businesses are struggling to pay. Bahamians have called me complaining about their BPL bill. It is causing severe hardship. And when they call, I tell them that's what the PLP New Day is all about. But if you listen to the Prime Minister, you wouldn't know about any of this. In his budget communication, the Minister of Finance said there were no tax increase in this budget. As the opposition reviewed the documents, we found that was more sign of propaganda. The Prime Minister's promise not to inflict new taxes on the Bahamian people was clever lawyer talk. In his mind, he must have thought that he was technically keeping his promise by simply calling a tax by another name. There are new levies and fees. I guess he thinks the Bahamian people can't understand the fine print. Bahamians can see through the tricks of this New Day administration. The Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, are not fooled. They know that a tax by any other name is still a tax. The Prime Minister has now burdened the University of the Bahamas with VAT that will have to be passed on to our young people. Madam Speaker, this will have a negative impact on our tertiary education. If the university purchases personal items, 20 million of aids, computer aids, they now have to pay tax with the new bills that are brought here. $2 million would be paid by the university, but the budget of the university did not go up, which means that they would have to find this additional money from somewhere else. He has now burdened our ports with new and increased taxes that will have to be passed on directly or indirectly to all of us. He has now provided the legislation for the imposition of a new health and wellness levy and an immigration levy. He now have a new tourism environmental levy on top of increased passenger taxes. Then, this Prime Minister has announced the increase in NIB contributions scheduled for 24. Prime Minister, I've sat in that seat. Sometimes one has to make difficult decisions. Your decision is wrong. I'm not saying now or later, it's wrong. That is more of the people's money coming out of their income. This is what the Brave New Day is all about: increased taxes and fees to fund the PLP good life of luxury travel, consultants, contracts, and more. I have been told, Madam Speaker, that there has been an increase in PLPs living in gated community. I have been told, I've seen it myself, I've been told there's been an increase in PLPs buying brand new cars. Don't cause me on you today. I have been told by various sources that PLPs are no longer going on vacation in Miami, they're now going to Europe. These were the same people who could not do that previously. Madam Speaker, now they have all kinds of money. The New Day administration is delivering the best life for certain PLPs using taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, Bahamians are most disturbed by the Prime Minister's announcement regarding further hostile actions to come by the New Day tax collectors. These are the people who are seizing people's businesses. I want you to listen carefully. Properties and accounts because of owed taxes. I think that everyone should pay what is legally owed to the state. However, This should be done with fairness, with decency, due process, and most of all, with compassion. Stop that clock.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Kingston, Salvador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. I'm heartened to hear that the member for Kalani accepts that people should pay their taxes, because all along, the chief tax collector was what I was hearing is that the people shouldn't pay their tax, right? They shouldn't pay their tax. That's what I was hearing. And so I'm happy that he's clearing that up, because no, you all over the place, man. You all over the place. No, you all popcorn. Right. You know, so Madam Speaker, if people owe their taxes, should we not collect it? Yes. Well, I will collect the taxes that are owed, and it's fair that they do pay their taxes. And so if you're suggesting that I shouldn't be the chief tax collector as the Minister of Finance, should I appoint someone else? You won't be it for me? You did a poor job.
Prime Minister gave this statement in his budget communication that should scare all Bahamians. I quote, he said, "We will establish a large taxpayer unit to improve compliance and revenue collection from the 100 or so businesses that account for 1.7 billion in taxes." He went on, "We will implement a national revenue targeting center that uses technology to identify anomalies in revenue reporting among taxpayers, which will lead to more efficient audits. And we will improve revenue collection in the Family Islands by increasing staffing levels in revenue collection agencies in the Family Islands." Let me translate this for the country in simple language. What the Prime Minister said, the Prime Minister is creating a tax collecting police force. They're coming after.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Kingston, Salvador.
You know, Madam Speaker, I very often reminded the member opposite, Kalani, when he sat where I'm sitting now, that when you don't know, that's not synonymous to being dumb, you know. It's when you know you don't know and act like you know. That's dumbness. If we listen carefully, the large taxpayer unit is not designed, it was designed to facilitate the 100 top businesses in the country. And this is something that they were urging so as not to be in the queue. Right, that will have certain arrangements to ensure that we could collect expeditiously what is efficient collection of the taxes to which they've all signed on to. Right, that's management, and that is designed so that they won't get clogged up with the other businesses that come along. This is the engine that drives the revenue, 1.7 billion. That's what it is. And when we talk about setting up provisions, is the member suggesting that we should not put in place initiatives to ensure that we are fair, that we are transparent in the collection of our taxes, and that we expect from those who pay taxes to also be fair and transparent to the government? When we talk about setting up a digital platform for the purposes, it's very easy, right? If you import $300,000 worth of goods during the course of the year, and you put in your business license, you say your turnover is just $100,000. Should we not be able to ask you about that? Should we not be able to track that or trace it? Isn't that, so? Ask, see, get to understand. See, like, please remember, right? Dumbness, sorry, not knowing, is not synonymous to dumbness.
I am embarrassed that the Prime Minister can use such words. I am using his own quote. Yesterday, I specifically asked one of his ministers when he spoke about the Wildlife Agency. The Wildlife Agency would have the powers of policemen, similar to the agency that you're establishing. They similar powers. Madam Speaker, they are coming after Bahamian agencies and businesses in New Providence, Grand Bahama, and the Family Islands with an aggressiveness in tax collection never seen in our country. The Prime Minister, as Minister of Finance and Chief Tax Collector, will be their boss. He is in charge of them, and Bahamians should remember this. The Prime Minister is giving the New Day tax collectors more power than any Prime Minister has in the history of our country. If you owe money, then they're coming after you. If you owe a little bit, they're coming after you. I fear for our people. I have asked this Prime Minister time and time again to have mercy, but he never does. The new tax collectors are supposed to be posting a list of things they have seized from the people. That means the New Day policy will destroy you first. They will destroy you first, and then embarrass you when you have nothing left. That is what the brave New Day is all about. Madam Speaker, they have not used taxpayers' money as they were entrusted to. The PLP is giving its consultants remarkable sums of money. In a story titled Government Budgets, $64 million for consultants on June the 5th, the Nassau Guardian took a look at the New Day giveaway of the people's money. It said the government has allocated $64.3 million for consultancy service in the upcoming budget. In the current budget, the government originally allocated $65.1 million for consultancy services, but according to the 23-24 budget tabled in Parliament last week, that figure ballooned to $76.2. They are spending $60 to $70 million per year on consultants. This means by the end of their term, the New Day administration is on pace to give consultants more than $250 million of the people's money. They also...
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Us by admitting how much of this consultancy relates to consultants they hired to do just that. My information is it's in the range of $20 million per year that we are paying for consultants that he put in place and is bragging about.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people lost out on modern medical care because the PLP made a terrible decision. Now we are hearing dream talk about a new hospital that's supposed to cost nearly $300 million. Many were left in shock reading a story in the Tribune in which the Minister of Health was interviewed about this proposed new hospital. The details of where they are with this idea are alarming. The story was on June 5th of this year, titled Government Ready to Guarantee Nassau's $290 Million Hospital. In it, the Minister of Health confirms they have not yet secured funding for the hospital. Instead, he says they are getting some good hits from financing sources. He then goes on to say that the proposed site at Papal Track has as part of land owned by a company owned by Sir Franklin Wilson. The story gets even more interesting and curious. They have not yet bought the land from the company. They have not yet even agreed on a price. This is what the Minister of Health told the newspaper. I quote, "We had a negotiation ongoing with him." Dr. Dowell said of talks with the Arawak Homes chair. "He has agreed in principle that he would allow us to continue the project. Our job is to now finalize the equity, a payment or a land swap. We negotiated that this was the best way to go. He has agreed in principle and conceded to allow the project to go forward, pending us giving him compensation, end quote. We have no idea how much of the Bahamian people's money or land the PLP intends to negotiate away to this company. But there's even more to the story, Madam Speaker. The Tribune noted the new hospital's total projected cost, $289.39 million, is revealed for the first time in documents accompanying the 23-24 budget. Some $2 and $8 million of that sum will be spent on preparatory works during the 23-24 and 24-25 fiscal years, respectively, with construction projected to ramp up in 25-26 with an $160 million budget. So that means that you're not getting a hospital in 23 or 24 or even early 25. If this harebrained scheme ever starts, it won't be until the 25-26 fiscal year, which would be into the election period. Moreover, when the FNM was in office under the Right Honorable Prime Minister Hubert Ingram, and I at that time, Madam Speaker, was Minister of Health, we had done the project in evaluating the cost of a new hospital. A new hospital at that time, in 2009, was $600 million. Today, it's projected that such facility is $1.2 billion. The $300 million the PLP is suggesting is grossly underestimated. Madam Speaker, let's contrast the two parties. We had the money and were ready to build the new wing on site of the existing PMH. This saves tens of millions of dollars because lots of infrastructure is already there. The FNM had already built a new critical care wing. We were ready to build another one in the ongoing transformation of the PMH. On the other hand, the PLP sent back the money to build the new wing of the hospital, and nearly 2 years into their term, they have no financing, don't own any land they are looking at, haven't agreed to a price for the land, and they are still trying to finalize plans for the hospital. And sadly, Bahamian people are suffering because of the bad decision of this new administration. The construction of new wing the FNM had the money for would have employed hundreds of Bahamians. It would have improved health care for all our people once finished. With all these details yet to be determined by the PLP scheme nearly 2 years into their term, it is unlikely that the Davis administration will build any hospital in New Providence. Remember, this is the same PLP that said the Village Road improvement would be finished last December. It still isn't 100% complete. This is the same PLP that can't patch the potholes in New Providence. If they can't finish, Madam Speaker, a simple road project and can't patch potholes, do you really think they can complete a hospital? Madam Speaker, the PLP decision to cancel the new central bank is disgraceful. This was a project that had its origins in the last Christie administration. The central bank had a design competition. A creative and beautiful sand dollar design is chosen. It would have been the standout building in downtown Nassau if it were erected. The central bank staff would have had modern, comfortable facilities in which to work. And the central bank had its own money. The building was no burden to the government. The construction would have created hundreds of well-paying jobs, yet the PLP canceled it. Bahamians still don't know why. The Bahamian people still don't have a good reason. The Minister of Economic Affairs gave an incoherent, rambling answer to the media. What he said made no sense. Madam Speaker, many also wonder what has happened to the demolition process downtown. The city center is littered with derelict buildings. We demolished the old post office and cabinet office. Many more derelict private and public buildings need to go to make downtown more attractive. The port development have put $300 million into their facility. The government should follow the law and due process and have these derelict buildings demolished. Yet little is happening. The PLP must apply more focus on downtown, not just talk. Millions more cruise passengers are coming to the Bahamas in the coming years thanks to the port development brought about under the F&M administration. The government of the Bahamas must do more faster to make downtown more attractive. When the Prime Minister was just a member of Parliament on campaign trail and lead up to 2012 general election, he and his supporters thought it wise to put up billboards detailing murder statistics in public places where tourists and Bahamians could see. He would do almost anything for power. He got actual power in 2021. The people elected his administration. In their first year in office, the New Day administration had one of the highest murder totals in our history. Again this year, there were lots of shootings. Again this year, there have been lots of murders, more than 50. There have been many robberies, break-ins, and sexual assaults. The Prime Minister is lost on crime. He proved that most spectacularly when he hired Rodney Munker as the crime consultant. The Prime Minister seems finally tired of pretending as if he knows what to do. In his contribution to the budget debate, he said what we all know of his failure of crime. Outlining the efforts they have tried, he said, and I quote, "None have yet produced the downturn we would like to see." Those were the words of a man who knows that he had failed. Those were the words of a man who knows he does not know about crime. And the Bahamian people deserve better. Too many Bahamians are grieving loved ones lost to violent crime. Too many Bahamian businesses have faced gunmen who have come to rob them or what they worked for. Our hospital in New Providence at times are overwhelmed with shooting and stabbing victims. I support law-abiding citizens who have a need to get a handgun license. I think this process should be more transparent. There should be reasonable publicly available criteria setting out eligibility. There should also be training for these individuals to ensure they know how to use and care for their firearms. But key among the eligibility criteria should be honesty and good character. People with criminal backgrounds should not get handgun licenses. And I understand that a significant number of handgun licenses have been issued during this New Day administration's term. I am particularly concerned for the safety of our police officers and citizens based on who I have heard received some of these licenses. How many handgun licenses have been given out during the PLP term? Is it true that handgun licenses have been given to people with criminal convictions? Have individuals convicted of possession of dangerous drugs with intent to supply been granted handgun licenses? Let me ask that again in plain language. Have convicted drug dealers been given handgun licenses? Earlier this year, I raised the issue of the PLP administration issuing handgun licenses to convicted criminals. Not just one convicted criminal, but a good number. In the interest of the safety of the Bahamian people and our law enforcement officers, I am once again asking this PLP administration to provide an unedited list of all individuals who have been issued with firearm licenses since they came to office. All our police officers and citizens need to know that they are safe, especially from convicted criminals who have now been issued firearms. The PLP is making our crime problem worse by its slack and irresponsible handgun policy. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's words on budget communication sum up who he is: all talk, few plans, and endless spin and propaganda. There is consensus all around the Bahamas that Freeport is not working. its tourist arrivals had collapsed from where they were decades ago. Change is needed in Grand Bahama. All Bahamians know that, which is why the F&M was developing plans for a new international airport in Freeport. What we expect from our Prime Minister is a plan as to the way forward. All we got from the head of government in his budget communication was a detailing of the problem and a vague set of words. He said, I quote, "We believe the time has come for decisive action. In due course, we will make a separate, detailed announcement." What is that decisive action? Does he know, or were they just empty words? We know he likes to blame his speechwriters for what they put in his remarks. The Prime Minister who gets so much pleasure jetting around the world and grinning up with the rich, and no plans on how to get Freeport out of difficulty it faces. The PLP promised big plan for Grand Bahama in its manifesto, the blueprint for change. They said they would, and I quote, "develop a master plan in consultation with stakeholders for the future development of the island." And instead of presenting his big idea for the future of the island, city of Freeport, all he now have from him is a vague promise that of decisive action is coming. Madam Speaker, investors are watching and listening. The people gave the PLP legislative power. The PLP cabinet is the executive, and they have the power to make sweeping changes in Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, they are good at announcements, but very poor at governance. And most of what they have announced will never come through. Is that clock right? That's right? No. I went too fast. I missed it. Sadly, Madam Speaker, the purpose of Madam Speaker, they are good at announcements, but very poor at governance. Most of what they have announced will never come true. And sadly, this is a lackluster, empty budget, lacking in hope and vision for a better Bahamas. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, during his budget communication, initially tried to insinuate that my government had issued credit cards to our spouses. I'm happy that the Minister with responsibility for finance had corrected that, because under no circumstances had our spouses been issued credit cards. Not even the Prime Minister, myself, had credit card. And credit card was not issued to the Prime Minister until I was placed in an embarrassing situation while traveling on government business. And that particular European country did not take, that particular European company did not take swipe cards. In fact, they only took PIN cards, and the swipe was not accepted. And can you imagine, while there, I had to request or ask a staff member to pay government bills, after which they were reimbursed. It was not until then that I, as Prime Minister, was issued a card to do government work. Previous to that, it was always done on my card. Madam Speaker, I say this because had the member for East Grand Bahama not responded and clarified that, the impression was that the Prime Minister was throwing it out, and had the F&M not responded, the people would believe that such a policy existed. And what would have happened, the PLP would have probably attempted to give its spouses credit card, but we responded. And Madam Speaker, we have been blamed for spending monies, especially by the member for Carmichael, The member for Carmichael, on numerous occasions with respect to the embassy in Brussels, had accused us of utilizing funds indiscriminately. I want to say categorically, Madam Speaker, that the policies and the protocols that were put in place were followed. All supplies, equipments, furnishings were approved by the Permanent Secretary and the Ministry of Finance. All such furnishings, down to the last item, is still present in the facility in Brussels. It is owned by the Bahamian people. Now, Madam Speaker, now what is happening, and I would hope that the Prime Minister jump up on his feet now. Now what is happening, the Ministry of Finance is so concerned with the overly spending of members and of members of this particular government that the Ministry of Finance is presently in consultation with a particular bank to introduce an app that would allow them to see and monitor the government spending because it is out of control. The Prime Minister knows it is out of control. And hopefully they will have such an app available because, I do not want to call names, because there are individuals in the government who are abusing the system, that Ministry of Finance is so concerned that this particular app being discussed to be established by one of the major banks in this country to monitor the Bahamian spending. Madam Speaker, with respect to Harold Road, I would hope that the government would table the lease in this Parliament so that that can be seen. That is important because once we see the cost that the property is being leased for, then we would be able to put all the various pieces together. Madam Speaker, I would hope that the Public Accounts Committee would ask for this lease, and I would hope that the Attorney General does not try to stop it. And in that event, Madam Speaker, I would hope that you would, as this falls under your domain.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Gates.
I would ask if the member for Kalani would identify which lease he has in question. Okay, Madam Speaker. Every lease in the Ministry of Public Service is vetted by the AG, the Cabinet Committee, as well as approved by the Accountant General. This particular lease that my good friend from Kalani speaks of is a lease that was engaged and went through all the proper channels, protocols, and no procedures were out of line. This lease took months. It got all of the necessary approvals. On top of that, this lease represents a consolidation of the department, and there is a savings that is realized as a result of this lease. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I take exception because I don't approve leases. I don't work on the leases. This goes through a process, and the employees within the accommodations unit, the good public servants in the accommodations unit at the Ministry of Public Service, they are meticulous in ensuring that we follow to the letter, that we adhere to policies and procedures. I am guided by policies. The staff at the Ministry of Public Service is guided by policies, and we adhere to those policies. Indeed. So the lease that is in question is a lease that has provided a savings to the government, because as we are doing, we're consolidating. We rent on a square foot basis, and this lease is well within the square footage that is in policy.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I understand policies and procedures. I understand that. But I still would like the member to table that lease so that we can see it. Madam Speaker, the member speak of policies. In terms of spending, the policy is especially for overseas facility, the PS and the Ministry of Finance would, especially policy, no, I'm talking about policies. Policies. I'm talking about policies. Policies, PSs, hold on. You gave the policy for the lease. I am only pointing out to you where policies are broken and not followed. Policies for certain expenditure goes to PS and Ministry of Finance. There are records repeatedly where the policies have been broken and not being followed, and that is why a particular app is being produced so as to follow the money trail. All I'm asking, Minister, is that the lease be tabled. In the absence of being tabled,
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Gates.
Kalani, which lease are we speaking about? So what are you talking about overseas? I spoke to the policy. Cabinet Committee, AG's office, Accountant General, all approvals were received. Which lease are we speaking about? I responded to the lease.
Honourable members, in terms of the Harold Road site, that is now before the Public Accounts Committee, so that is being investigated. It's under investigation. So I don't think we should be discussing that on open forum at this time.
Thank you very much, Madam. I'm happy that that's at the Public Accounts Committee, which means that the lease will be seen. In the absence of it, we will ask through the Freedom of Information Act, because your department will be one of the first to be approved and determined and selected by the Public Accounts, by the Financial Information Unit. Madam Speaker.
Tuesday morning,
It's Tuesday morning.
that we expecting them to come. Tuesday morning.
Madam Speaker, I look forward to the lease, as there are a lot of questions that can be answered, and Kalani rests its case.
Thank you, honourable member. As many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Michael.
You still have some time, Kalani.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Michael.
Stay focused, man.
There's a fourth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Thank you, Mr. Deputy, for giving me this opportunity to make a contribution to this 23-24 budget. Firstly, Mr. Deputy, I must thank God first and foremost for giving me the strength to represent the special people of my Cal constituency, which includes Maguana, Inagua, Crooked Island, Aucklands, and Long Key, who elected me to represent them in this honorable House. Before I begin my contribution, Mr. Deputy, I would like to extend deepest sympathy to the family of the late Mr. West Penn of Inagua, who departed this life just 3 days ago. West was my neighbor, living just across the street from where we both used to live in the settlement of Machutan, Inagua, and who was very instrumental in assisting in the Great Inagua August Monday holiday domino games. That's a game that I normally sponsor each year. He was a person that was responsible for the coordination of the games, and that was a task he enjoyed doing. And therefore, we will forever miss him. May his soul rest in peace. Mr. Deputy, like I had said previously, being born, raised on the island of Inagua, I do understand the struggle of our people, mainly from the Michael constituency. I know what it feels like, Mr. Deputy, not being privileged to have certain things in life. That's one reason why I offered to serve them, to try to make life better for them in the southern Bahamas. However, Mr. Deputy, some of us will complain that things are not moving too fast, but rather slow. But thank God for the Progressive Liberal Party and this administration led by our Prime Minister and the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Honorable Philip Wave Davis, who brought to this House and the Bahamian people a financial budget for the proper governance of this country. Mr. Deputy, the government has provided for an increase of 10% in this year's budget to further cover Family Island development, which include my constituency of Michael, and which further separates from the national central government funds for Family Island infrastructural development. The government thought through its wisdom to launch and prioritize the Family Island Development Funds by allocating some $50 million in funds for micro, small, and medium-sized business to empower Bahamian entrepreneurs. The Family Island Development Trust Fund was launched specifically to develop infrastructure in the Family Islands and introduce solar microgrid to those islands for the provision of a more sustainable and affordable energy. My people in Michael can use all the financial help this government can offer. Mr. Deputy, this budget that we're now debating covers items and services that will improve the life of all Bahamians. While this budget may not be perfect, it will benefit our people tremendously. I must say how pleased I am to know that Michael is included, because all too often the southern islands seems to be forgotten. However, this budget ensures that the southern islands will receive its full share this time around. Mr. Deputy, it is quite true that the population of Michael is very small in terms of numbers when compared with other islands, but may we say Michael is still deserving of all rights and benefits, just like all the other islands. However, this is not the time to look backward, Mr. Deputy, but we must continue to press on, moving forward, and complain only when necessary. I further add, Mr. Deputy, that there are times when the residents do not get their salary payment on a timely basis. Many times they would call me complaining about not being paid for up to 3 months. These areas are known as cash-strict districts. Therefore, banking does not exist in those islands other than in Agua. This can be very frustrating for the residents. This I find, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to be highly unacceptable, why workers wait for months before being paid what they are owed. Mr. Deputy, the government has made provision in this year's budget to increase the constituency allowance. This allowance will help me, particularly who has 5 islands to deal with, and therefore can get more done. I think the islands that make up Michael should be given sufficient funds that is proportionate to each island needs, taking into account the geographic of each island. Mr. Deputy, it is very embarrassing when we continue to tell residents that funds are not available to assist them. So I am hoping that this increase will be sufficient enough to silence our people and keep their hopes alive. I would also wish for constituents to know that these funds are separate and apart from the normal central government funds for Family Island infrastructural development. So therefore, I must commend the government for considering the Family Island in this exercise. Mr. Deputy, this 2023-24 budget has a few central priorities. These priorities are helping to cope with the cost of living crisis, creating job ownership opportunities, and improving our food security and other services by making our communities home and border safer and secure.
Yes.
Diversifying our economy by reducing food costs and promoting national food security with sustainable new investment in agriculture, including the Golden Yoke program. It is my hope that I can invite the good member of Parliament, the Minister of Agriculture, and results of his class feeling to visit Acklands, where there is a great potential for this industry. There you go, there you go. Happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that. Mr. Deputy, an historic investment was made in agriculture, food, and food security, with unprecedented funding made available for local farmers. Which I would like to see farmers in the southern Bahamas benefit from as well. To help Bahamians cope with the cost of living, this Davis-Cooper's administration has reduced or eliminated the customs import duties on several breadbasket items, which will make life a bit easier for Bahamians, especially the residents in my constituency of Michael. Every week, my constituents are complaining about the high cost of freight charge by the mail boat, in addition to the high costs they are already paying for breadbasket items and health care. Health care, Mr. Deputy, is always first and foremost on the mind of our people. Therefore, investment in our healthcare infrastructure across the island is very important. Catastrophic healthcare funds are included to alleviate the financial burden for some illnesses. Mr. Deputy, I hear the cry of the people who are hurting. Bringing additional relief to our people, this New Day government has increased the salaries for public servants across the board. In addition to this, in addition to the social services assistance, has also increased throughout the country. Our healthcare system has not been forgotten, and therefore it is very important and necessary to assist with a better way of life for our people. With this in mind, our New Day government saw fit to construct 2 new hospitals, one being in Freeport and the other in New Providence, while the intent is to always construct and upgrade the Family Islands Clinic and provide better health care services throughout the islands. At the same time, introduce the new catastrophic health program, which I mentioned earlier, will benefit all Bahamians. These benefits, Mr. Deputy, will help reduce the hassle of cookouts and other fundraising activities. This administration, led by the member for Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador, is about creating jobs, opportunities for our people in the orange, green, and blue economy. This New Day government is committing millions of dollars to the overall small business development program. I would like Michael to know that in addition to the $50 million mentioned earlier, funds will be allocated for small and medium-sized businesses. And just a reminder that the Family Island infrastructure funds for infrastructural improvement across the Family Islands includes airport solarization project for the southern Bahamas, to which our Prime Minister spoke about during his presentation. Mr. Deputy, the time has now come to give the people something of substance to look forward to. We must improve the quality of life for the Bahamian people, especially in my constituency, which is one of the most challenging in our country, with each island having its own challenge in different areas.
That's right, that's right.
However, with God's being our helper, this Davis Cooper's administration will bring these Southern Islands from behind God's back, as was said by the elders, to the forefront, with me being the member of parliament. They will see greater things, hopefully fairly soon.
That's good.
Mr. Deputy, it brought smiles to my face to hear the Family Islands will be the beneficiary of having additional funds available. Thank God for our leader, the Prime Minister, Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador, the Honorable Philip Rivers, because during one of my previous contributions, during the supplementary budget, I indicated that I would seek additional funding for any other possible assistance needed in order to properly represent the people in these 5 islands. Mr. Deputy, the islands of Michael are surrounded by beautiful, deep blue waters and golden sunrise, which could and would be used for the benefit of our people in the southern Bahamas. It is welcoming news once again for the residents of Michael to hear that our government is about to embark on the solarization electrical system on each one of the island as promised. This system, once implemented, will bring relief to the people from high electricity bill, while at the same time contributing to the carbon credit benefit by use of this renewable energy.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Deputy, we would now focus a little on each island that make up MyCal, starting Mayaguana. Once, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will continue to speak out about the condition of airport terminal building until something is done. I am ashamed of the condition of that is to be the gateway to the island. However, several weeks ago, I saw some architectural drawings of a proposed building which will be used.
Great.
The people of the island have been complaining for far too long. The existing structure is nothing more than a shed with 4 posts, piece of plywood as a siding and rooftop. When it rains, individuals need not be under it because there's nothing to stop the water from falling on them. There's no proper running water or sanitation facilities for the public use. This airport project, which I do not need to repeat, has become an eyesore for a very, very long time. So it is my hope that this building can get started as soon as possible. Medical clinic is fully staffed, however. The building structure is in desperate need of renovation, and there are times when there is a shortage of medical supplies. However, when this happened, the Minister of Health and Wellness are aware of it. He always sees to it that supplies are shipped to the family, to the facility immediately. The repairs that the PLP administration had started the building some years ago came to a full stop when we were voted out of office. That's Mayaguana. Nothing was done to it by the previous FNM administration, but we are the government now, so we're going to get it right. So once again, I can tell Mayaguana that those shortfalls will be made right by this New Day administration. But that is not all, Mayaguana. There will be a number of road pavings to be done, including mailboat docking facility, and also completion of the Doppler radar system, which had started some years ago, needs to be completed. Trenches to receive its service cabling need to be completed so that the system can be utilized for more than 3 years. The trenches were left open, which can be dangerous. It is the intent for the Minister of Public Works, the Honorable Alfred Sayers, and his technical team, and myself to visit the island, including Managua, to further assess the infrastructural need similar to that was carried out to the other islands in my constituency weeks ago. I have been informed that the 2 emergency generators that were installed at the water plant are now in place and operable. So in the event BPL power goes off, the island still have water flowing in its pipes. Mr. Deputy, I turn to Anagua. I turn to Anagua once again and the island new all-age school building. I'm constantly being asked, when is the school coming? When will it be built? However, like I've indicated before, this school should have been built years ago. But we were removed from office and did not have the time to do it. We thought the previous administration was going to do it, but it never did. It never did. It never did. It never did. Therefore, it's back to this New Day administration who will see to it that it's done this time around. Also, there are a number of existing new roads, paving and public dock at the marina need to be resurfaced. Mr. Deputy, the terminal building, which is approximately more than 45 years old, has outgrown its usefulness and need to be rebuilt. The structural integrity of the building is now becoming a concern. It is the intent for the Minister of Public Works, the Honorable Alfred Sayers, and his technical team, along with myself, to visit the island to further assess the infrastructural needs, similar to that which was carried out on the other islands in the Michael constituency several weeks ago. The existing government administration building, which is located on the main street on the island, and which was damaged several years ago as a result of hurricane, should be repaired and put back into service rather than having the structure just sitting there. It's being an eyesore to everyone who passed by. The structure, for the most part, is in very good condition. Another historical building, Mr. Deputy, that I think should be put back into useful service is the existing medical clinic. This particular building was built back in 1908. A lot of history there, and has no major structural defects. This building is the oldest medical building in the Bahamas that I'm aware of which should and must be preserved. Mr. Deputy, there is a lot of history behind this building, which came about when the Erickson brothers founded the salt industry on Anagua. It was fully staffed with a doctor and nurse and also medicines. This building, Mr. Deputy, can be renovated to create additional and other office space needed, such as social services, tourism, just to name a few. It is my intent, Mr. Deputy, to seek and identify all historical buildings and preserve them as touristic sites, such as the original prison that was known as the jailhouse back then, and also including the Lighthouse Tower, along with other housekeepers' residence on the compound. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Deputy, I think this is the tallest, or maybe the second lighthouse tower in the Bahamas of that height. I now move to Crooked Island, Mr. Deputy. I can now say that some touristic development are now being to take shape on the island in the settlement of Pittstown, which also included a marina. The developer has already completed 6 cottages, and an 8-room motel building is presently under construction, with anticipation to be completed within the next 90 days and ready for occupancy. Once this phase of the project is completed, then construction of the new clubhouse with restaurant, bar, pool, etc. will commence. Note, Mr. Deputy, that all works are being carried out by local Bahamian contractors. Mr. Deputy, once again I say that there is no proper mailboat docking facility on the island. The area where the mailboat delivers cargo at Landroll Point is not in the best for the service. With the development taking place at Pittstown, I hope that this will be a further encouragement for the government to get the proper docking facility also. However, this was one area that were assessed and discussed with the Minister of Works, the Honorable Alfred Sayers, and his technical team during their visit to the island several weeks ago. Can you imagine the mailboat offloading cargo in an area that is considered to be unsafe, on the rocks? Mr. Deputy, the mailboat service is the only means of getting the much-needed supplies to the residents.
Wow, Marshall City.
If you see something, say something.
Wow, Kalani, that's you? Kalani, that's you?
Listen,
In the middle of a submission.
Mr. Deputy, we are living in a modern era. Our people should not have to be living in those conditions. The medical facility and infrastructure work are in desperate need of repairs and ought to be built or to be rebuilt. However, the Minister of Health and Wellness, the Honorable Dr. Michael Darville, assures me that these facilities will be looked at and seriously dealt with. Mr. Deputy, let me thank the Minister of Works, the Member of Parliament for Fort Charlotte, and Acting General Manager of the Water and Sewage Corporation, Sir Robert Deal, and the General Manager for BPL, all who answered my call when the need arises. Water and electrical system have been a problem for far too long in these communities. The ferry dock at the Cove is also in desperate need of cleaning away the sand domes, which hampers the movement of people between Acklands and Crooked Island. This is to be considered a very urgent matter. Mr. Deputy, because without this ferry dock, it further makes life very difficult to be transported safely. However, it is my understanding that preparation is now being taken to get this work done. I would like to thank the Minister of Works and his team, including the contractor, Mr. Trevor Clare, for his continued work for the reconstruction of road works in Colonel Hill, Turtle Cove, Cabbage Hill, and the surrounding areas. I am told that these works will be completed within approximately 8 weeks. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is also a need for consideration of extending the airport runway due to the potential and additional air traffic to the Pittstown development. I now move on to Acklands. Mr. Deputy, I'm happy to let I'm happy to let the people of Acklands know that big things are about to happen for them as well. As a matter of fact, not just Acklands, but by extension, the entire southern Bahamas will benefit. By that I mean there is a possible project which is being reviewed at the moment. And if things go as planned, an announcement will be made, hopefully, not too long before now. But just like the old people used to say, you talk some and you leave some.
Right.
Mr. Deputy, like other islands that make up Maikal, they too have their challenges with infrastructural works from the settlement of Salina Point to Chester's. Mr. Deputy, for quite some time now, running water in the settlement of Lovely Bay and the surrounding areas in the northern part of the island has become problematic for the residents of those areas. However, I can let them know that this problem will be rectified in about a few months' time. I have been told by the Water and Sewage Corporation that a new water system will be installed before the end of this year. I was told that the system requires a three-phase electrical service, which was not available at the moment, and that was one of the reasons why it was taking much longer. The island, Mr. Deputy, has had its challenges with electrical power outages, but hopefully this will be corrected once and for all with the introduction of the electrical solarization system to be installed throughout the constituency. This electrical system, which is proposed by this new PLP government, plan to bring on stream, will greatly enhance the quality of life for all of our people again. The proposed electrical system will greatly reduce electrical service fees and hopefully bring relief to the consistent power outages. Like I have mentioned before, the healthcare facility is in desperate need of repairs and/or expansion. There is a lack of supply and staffing which we intend to correct. Several months ago, I accommodated the Minister of Health and Wellness, the Honorable Dr. Michael Dowell, and others on a tour of Maikal to get a better understanding and to what measure can be taken to further enhance the health care of our people in the island, and to what extent will these services be provided. Mr. Deputy, several months ago, the Minister of Public Works, the Parliamentary Secretary, and their technical team, including myself, did visit the island to get a general assessment of what is needed. I am pleased to inform Mr. Deputy that the medical clinic, which was started some time ago in Salina Point, Acklands, and left incomplete by the previous F&M administration, is now being completed by this New Day government and another local contractor. Mr. Deputy, as I had indicated before, the airport runway is in desperate need of resurfacing due to vegetation growth and cracking in the pavement, including loose gravel. Mr. Deputy, I had also indicated before that I had personally experienced with what loose gravel can do to an aircraft. It is my hope and plan that repairs can be done to correct this problem very, 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 very soon. Mr. Deputy, I now turn to to the beautiful island known as Long Key. That have been said previously before. This little beautiful island has its challenges with only a small number of residents. However, we as a government still have an obligation to them, just like any other island. We are committed as a government to see to it that the few residents benefit from the goodness of this new day government. There is no proper docking facility on this beautiful little island. This little island has some of the most beautiful beach one can find anywhere in the Bahamas, including Exuma. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island always talk about the beauty of Exuma beaches, but Long Key is right there among the best. Mr. Deputy, several months ago, the Minister of Public Works, Parliamentary Secretary, and the technical team, including myself, visited the island to get a general assessment of what is needed. Mr. Deputy, this little island has a very rich history, and therefore would like to preserve it. One only needs to get there and see what history we are letting go to waste. Mr. Deputy, young people from there wanted to be relocated back to the island, but having no means of transporting the goods directly to the island because there's no mailboat facilities. I had indicated previously that the only way to get supplies to the Key from the mailboat must anchor some distance away from the island, then a small rowboat, or what's called dinghy, transport the goods from the mailboat onto the Key. That is on one side of the island, Mr. Deputy. And on the other side of the island, where the main ferry dock for passengers are located, and what was destroyed during the last hurricane was never looked at by the former F&M administration and did nothing to assist those residents. Well, Long Key, we heard your cry.
Yes.
And this PLP government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, and your Member of Parliament will bring relief to you very soon. Mr. Deputy, it is evident that this New Day government is restoring our economy. However, this will further require an increase in employment, especially among our young people. The Southern Islands will and can look forward to the potential touristic explosion, which will also bring some additional relief to the island and the country in general, resulting from this 2023-2024 budget implementation. Mr. Deputy, now that I turn to the Environmental Service, which is directly within my portfolio as the Minister of State. Mr. Deputy, the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources had portfolio responsible for the Department of Environmental Health Services, DEHS, which has budget head 65. DEHS perform enormously important functions in the country and on the island of New Providence in particular. It oversees the collection of garbage rodents, vector control, monitoring population throughout, and has oversight for the Howard Road landfill. Mr. Deputy, the collection of residential and bulk waste on the island of New Providence is a huge operation utilizing and coordinating a total of more than approximately 50 contractors. The bulk waste program will be further developed during the 2023-24 budget year to provide for bi-monthly collection in all communities. Additionally, areas with habitual indiscriminating dumping will continue to clean and preventative measures put in place. The DEHS continues with its effort in areas where most needed. The regular household garbage collection continues as a successful program. I should note that DEHS is responsible for collection of New Providence and that the collection in the Family Islands is in the portfolio of the Minister of Agriculture, Marine and Resources and Local Government. The ministry has a management agreement for the Howard Road landfill with the New Providence Ecology Park. The management has highly successful with no report of major fire in recent times. A major challenge with the collection of garbage is that homeowners in many cases do not use garbage disposal receptacle, which cause unsightly accumulation of garbage all over the island. This presents a unique challenge to DEHS, which has had many cleanup campaigns over the years. Another major challenge to DEHS is the large number of abandoned vehicles. Both improperly disposed garbage and vehicle cause other problems, including rodents and mosquitoes. Mr. Deputy, just recently, a few weeks ago, we had experienced the worst mosquito attacks throughout our islands, particularly in the southern Bahamas, where the mosquitoes became very, very unbearable, resulting from the constant amount of rainfall. The department moved approximately in excess of 1,500 vehicles of New Providence. This program is scheduled to be expanded to include Family Islands, namely Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, Exuma, Bimini, and Abaco. Note that for the past year and a half or so, the COVID pandemic did cause some delay in the implementation of this program. However, we must continue to move on with the expansion and continue during 2023-2024. The positive effect of twice weekly collection has been better waste management, decreasing rodent population, and more aesthetically pleasing environment. During the 2023-2024, the DEHS intend to vigorously pursue those property owners who do not have contract regular appropriate waste collection. Mr. Deputy, I wish to reiterate that improperly disposed garbage and vehicle allow for collection of rainwater, which provide breeding areas for mosquitoes and food and shelter for rats, both of which are known to carry diseases. I take this opportunity to encourage all residents of the Bahamas to dispose of their garbage properly. Rodent control program. The rodent control program conducted a survey and treatment exercise in a number of communities in Yamacraw, Angleton, Baintown, Garden Hills. The survey treatment will extend to other communities during 23-24. The exercise is coupled with assessment, evaluation of factors contributing to the rodent infestation via education, cleanup, and prosecution. Mr. Deputy, the education component of the program is crucial to install in the minds of school-age children the critical need for proper disposal. They, in turn, will encourage their parents. Coastal Monitoring Program. The Coastal Monitoring Program was reestablished during the latter part of 2021 budget. The program seeks to establish baseline levels which will be utilized to determine the effect of activities on water quality. National Beautification Program. The Department of Environmental Health Services is responsible for the identification and addressing of environmental nuisance. This task is primarily carried out by the Health Inspectorate and Solid Waste Management Division in New Providence and the Family Island. In addition, the effect already mentioned, the component which was not in place was the conversion of the clean properties into useful green space, identified of ownership for the maintenance or the acquisition created of curb appeal within the communities. By increasing local fauna and flora, whitewash of side curve, improving the visual aesthetics of specific building by painting and minor repairs. The Department of Environmental Health Services wishes to aggressively pursue a national beautification program which encompasses all the factors previously stated. The program will address both the New Providence and Major Family Islands. The work will be conducted in phases with no phase lasting longer than 8 weeks. Some works in the Family Island has already started and consists primarily of bulk waste and derelict vehicle removal. The island is addressed in phase 1 at Bimini, inclusive of Great Harbor Key, Andros, Cat Island, Eleuthera, and Exuma. The DEHS has already begun compiling a list of vehicles on major islands as to ensure a smooth removal process. It is intended that these vehicles be processed in a place then barged to New Providence for final disposal. The DEHS commends phase 1 of the National Beautification Program in New Providence and has already begun in the area of Angliston, Fort Charlotte, Fox Hill, Freetown, and Golden Isles. Mr. Deputy, to ensure the relatively smooth and effective cleanup, the department will utilize only contractors with the necessary means. Contractors will be hired to assist with waste transportation, derelict vehicles removal, and processing and badging, provision of waste containers, general painting, and minor repairs, and removal of accumulated waste. Mr. Deputy, the Minister for the Environment and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament for Golden Isles, the Honorable Warren Miller, will elaborate further. Mr. Deputy, as I close, I cannot help but thank the Almighty God for giving me the fortitude to continue to work on behalf of the great constituents of Michael. The challenges throughout the islands of Michael persist, but I am confident, Mr. Deputy, that with the introduction of this 2023-24 budget, Michael will experience a marked improvement in the area previously deemed as hardship. I remain the humble servant, and I will continue to agitate for the tangible progress on their behalf. Mr. Deputy, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Isles. Everybody. Thank you. Yeah, well, we gotta get it going. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am thankful, grateful to Almighty God this opportunity to stand in this historic place today. I'm grateful and thankful to the people of the great constituency of Golden Isles who have given me this opportunity to stand on their behalf. I'm honored. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I should like to begin on a rather sad note. Mr. Deputy Speaker, now for over a month, a young man, 21 years old, resides in Coral Harbor, has been missing. Kyle Carey. And I just want to speak words of encouragement to the family as they continue to hope, they continue to believe, and they continue to seek, as the Bible says, to seek, and we will find. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I should also like to convey condolences. Defense Force officer, the late Timothy Smith. She passed suddenly, and she'll be laid to rest this Friday, day after tomorrow. And she was a constituent up to the last general election. But beyond that, she hails from the settlement of Greencastle, Eleuthera. And so I should like to convey sincere condolences to her children, to her siblings, and to her family members, particularly in Greencastle, here in New Providence, and in Greencastle, Eleuthera. Just from the constituency, there are a number of activities I'd like to speak about briefly. Thank you. Thank you, Gordon Hills. In these challenging times, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of us, as members of Parliament and people of goodwill throughout the country, we try to make life better and ease the burden of people. We're doing our best. A lot of work to be done, but we're continuing, we're focused on achieving that goal. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the residents of Dignity Gardens, they have never had the street names or street signs erected. And we have been fighting for this for a while, and I'm thankful to report that the groundwork to install the signs have been completed, and so we look forward to the second phase of having them installed completely. It's a small thing, but when you cannot give good directions to persons as to where you reside, it becomes challenging. There are a number of other areas in our constituency of whom we're advocating in a similar manner for excellence estates. And both Swain Hill East are about two of the areas among them. And I want the residents to know that we are continuing to fight on their behalf. And the Ministry of Works has promised and assured us that they indeed will, those situations will be rectified. In an effort to secure employment for residents in Golden Isles, we're doing our best, and we were able to assist many residents, but still, there are others who need assistance, and we are seeking to assist them. I want to thank the member for Golden Gates for her assistance in this regard. We're indeed grateful. Every time I rise in this place, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stress the point that Golden Isles is well, Kalani is close, but we're the constituency with the most registered voters. And if we're not over 10,000, we're right near the 10,000 registered voters. Wow. And I want members to know that we have almost twice the need of many constituencies. And so when I come knocking, please bear that in mind. In that same vein, in Golden Isles, as I've spoken to the Minister of Education, and that the need for an educational institution in Golden Isles, as the only one presently, is a small primary school in Adelaide Village that was built specifically for the village. And it's under 100 students, and so there's a dire need for it. I just want to commend the teachers, the staff at Adelaide Primary School for the great work they're doing as they're preparing for their graduation this coming Friday. But a school centrally located in the constituency would go a long way in helping us to serve our residents. The problem of flooding continues in the Coral Harbor area. It's a vexing issue for the residents. And any time it builds up as if it's going to rain, I know the feeling that they're overcome with. We're continuing to press for a permanent solution. And we know the personnel from the Ministry of Works have done assessments, and we eagerly anticipate their report regarding to a solution. Recently, Mr. Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, there's been an increase in burglaries, particularly in the Coral Harbor area. And so we're asking the police patrol to patrol the area more frequently, as much as they possibly can. It is unfathomable why persons would come, people are out, and Coral Harbor is the area where a lot of the persons work uptown. And so they are defenseless almost. And persons sometimes seek to take advantage of that. we're looking at helping to aid in solution, and particularly with the installation of CC cameras in some areas. Last summer, we sought to partner with churches in the area to provide activities for our residents. And each week, we had a family movie night on each park in various areas to provide wholesome family entertainment. It was very well received. It's extremely successful, and the residents are looking forward for us to do it again, and we will not disappoint them. As we did it last year, it was tremendously successful. We will do it again. We are also continuing with our cleanup efforts in the constituency, one neighborhood at a time. We've been through Dignity Gardens, and the wonderful thing about it is several of the men saw the need, and there were a number of houses where persons were homes where persons were unemployed. And we assisted in several instances, a number of, they gave what they call the manicured the lawns, they call it, and the residents were very appreciative of that, and they have pledged that it will not be a one-time thing. Yeah. This occasion, as I rise to speak to the 2023-2024 national budget, I am ever mindful of the persons, again, who placed their trust in me. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I'm ever mindful of the persons who have placed their trust in me to represent them in this honorable place. I do not take it for granted. I've endeavored, with the assistance of my constituency office, and to Ms. Farrington, Ms. Williams, all of the persons that assist us. I'm thankful and I'm grateful to them, and wish to commend them publicly. And Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, in his communication, presented a very comprehensive plan for our country. Our blueprint for change continues to guide our efforts. We've been focused on what is required to bring our plans to fruition so that all Bahamians from all walks of life, will be able to see, to feel, and also to participate in the growth of our country. The bolstering of our economy is crucial if we are to promote and sustain an acceptable quality of life for our people. This requires that we give attention to so many different things. Madam Speaker, the seemingly love and pride for our environment and what is happening, or the seemingly diminishing love, I should say, and pride for our environment is evidenced by the amount of littering and the indiscriminate dumping that can be seen on a daily basis, not only in Golden Isles, but throughout the communities on the island of New Providence. Talk show hosts repeatedly ask the question, whose job is it to keep it clean? Which agency is responsible for ensuring that garbage is collected, for the illegal dumping sites, for the verges, for the beaches? to try to help it, to keep it clean and green and pristine. No one department is responsible, Madam Speaker. It's a collective responsibility. But Madam Speaker, there seems to be no regard for that old adage that we grew up with. Cleanliness is next to godliness. We all share a collective responsibility to keep our environment clean, to use garbage bins for the purpose that it was placed there for, to keep your trash in your vehicles until you reach a trash bin.
Yes,
Clean up the public beaches when you're finished.
that's right.
Shouldn't have to say these things. I often wonder, Madam Speaker, when we lost our pride,
Wow.
because what is being exhibited in these times is certainly not what we were taught and how we were brought up. The Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, we've been allocated a total of in excess of $16 million, and the Department of Environment and Health Services almost $60 million. And a Minister of State has spoken in detail to the Environment of Health, Department of Environment and Health Services, and so I don't intend to repeat, but I just wish to state just make a few statements. And one is that at present, and it just started on Monday past, we are working in collaboration with the Ministry of National Security. And in an effort to keep Bay Street clean, you would have noticed persons who traverse Bay Street would have noticed since Monday. And we've been getting great reviews from it.
Yes. Yes, I saw that. Yep.
That we've partnered with Bahamians, what's I'm going to say this, Bahamians who have been revoked of their regular privileges
Yes.
for a season.
Right.
And they're about to be reintroduced to society. And so they are out
Program.
on Bay Street, keeping it clean. And also, they started today on Nassau Street to clean it up. And what we're going to be doing on Nassau Street is we'll be going from Nassau Street to the east. We'll be going from Bay Street to the roundabout by UB. Then we go to Blue Hill Road, from Government House to Wolf Road.
Rehabilitation.
You go to Market Street, from Bay Street to Wolf Road. East Street, same thing, from Bay Street to Wolf Road. Then we go Collins Avenue, Shirley Street, Wolf Road. All those streets up to Village Road, and we go to Wolf Road. And then, Madam Speaker, we'll go east-west from the roundabout, the UB Ponciano Avenue, straight up Wolf Road to the intersection at Village Road. Then we'll do the same thing on Robinson Road, from the roundabout, Robinson Road and Blue Hill Road, due east to Robinson and Soldier Road. And that would be phase one. And it's the second phase of a national beautification program. And we're terming it the Road to 50 Cleanup.
Wow,
And
very good. Very good.
I want to thank, again, the Minister of National Security, the member from Freetown, who immediately, when I discussed it with him, agreed. I want to thank his Commissioner, Acting Commissioner Dawn Clare at the Department of Correction, and his entire executive team, in particular, Inspector Gator, who was responsible for the team on Nassau Street, and Corporal Gator, who was responsible for the team of persons on Bay Street. And he has assured me that they are committed, they are on board, not just to clean up our island. Madam Speaker, what happens is you clean it up, and for a couple of days it remains clean, and before you know it again, it's back. But we will not only clean it, They will help us to sustain it.
Yes. Very good.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And so we are partnering, Madam Speaker.
Good.
We are partnering with the church.
Very good.
The church is on board with us. And we are inviting the community at large to participate. The business community. The business community. And Madam Speaker, what we're doing is as we go street by street, we are communicating the business communities to help us, not with cash, but in kind. And they too will play a role in helping us to sustain what we're doing. And not just the business community, religious community, and all. And so we look forward to this extensive program.
That's a very good program. Powerful, rehabilitative. That's right.
And Madam Speaker, what we'll also be doing is something called whitewashing on the curb and some of the buildings and some of the walls and painting some of them. And Madam Speaker, what we'll also be doing is using our artisans.
Yes.
And so you'll see either some flags or the coat of arms or some other national symbol or logo or whatever. And so we'll be using our artisans. And when we get into the districts of where, and the member for West End is going to love this, when we get into the Saxon area.
Yes, sir. I know about that.
We're going to, no.
I was clapping with you.
We're gonna invite.
I was with you all along.
No, I'm gonna pull you.
Gotta hurry up.
Elizabeth, I'm gonna pull you back on Elizabeth. And so we're gonna invite them.
Stressing me out.
When we get, and we know near the Saxon areas, the family is near the Saxons. And then when you cross over a little bit, you can't help but get in the Valley territory.
Oh, yeah.
So we're gonna be.
Yeah.
We're gonna be asking all of them to participate with us, and to. Oh, this is one family. This is the Bahamas, one family. Listen, see where I'm going? And so we want true community involvement and participation.
Very good.
And at the number of organizations, and at another time, I'll mention them, who have pledged to assist and become involved and to make certain that this is a success. The Department of Environmental Planning and Protection. During a mid-year budget contribution, I reported that all of the technical officers recommended to the PNP program received their letters of appointment. We're grateful. Additionally, environmental officers and project managers are still needed to complement the cadre of officers currently at DEP. The interview process has already begun, and the Cabinet has already given approval to employ a number of officers over the next 3 years. DEP is continuing the work to fulfill their mandate to prevent and control pollution, to regulate environmental activities, and to administrate the sustainable use of our environment. Through our Certificate of Environmental Clearance process, environmental officers have traveled the length and the breadth of our Commonwealth. They have come across communities and individuals with immense and tremendous understanding of the Bahamian natural environment, as well as communities and individuals who require some assistance in deciphering what may be acceptable activities. It is incumbent upon every Bahamian to understand about our environment, become more knowledgeable, and to help to protect, to preserve, and to conserve it. Madam Speaker, I just wish to highlight the coordinating role that DEP plays among government agencies, NGO community, and the private sector. One of the most significant relationships is with that of the Department of Environmental Health Services, DEPP, Department DEP and DEHS. They work closely together to ensure that polluters pay and that the natural environment of the Bahamas is protected. Both agencies ensure the cleanup of land and marine-based pollution, illegal spills, discharges, and maintain overall environmental regulation. It is often the case that once individuals receive a certificate of environmental clearance from DEP, the next regulatory agency is the DEHS, Department of Environmental Health Services. The working relationship of these two agencies is a prime example of how government should work. The focus is on sharing, on collaborating, and on efficiency and efficacy. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our Family Island partners in particular, and thank them for their work in advising the department when things seem amiss on their respective islands. We are not on other islands. Of course, that's in the future, to decentralize and to have offices on all of our major, to begin on all of our islands, particularly on our major family of islands. Okay? Planning it, preparing for it. And one of the reasons we're hiring or employing more Bahamians. Madam Speaker, we're working, as I said, to open satellite offices, and particularly on 3 family islands within the next budget year. Officers of the department will continue to be diligent and persistent in the exercise of their duties to regulate activities, be it large or small, on New Providence and across our family of islands. In addition to the National Coordination of Environmental Activities, DEP is responsible for the implementation of several multilateral environmental agreements. As a party to the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, the Bahamas' 3rd national communication will be submitted to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change by the end of the 3rd quarter later this year. Under the Convention of Biological Diversity, the Bahamas was the first country in the region to enact legislation on access and benefit sharing, ABS. The implementation of this legislation was not without its challenges, but this legislation was enacted to bring transparency to the research process in the Bahamas and to ensure that where there's a benefit as a result of the research activity in the Bahamas, that Bahamians will receive or be a part of that benefit in the proper amounts, and that there's the appropriate access to the results of research occurring in our country. Madam Speaker, this time last year, DEP was the subject of much negative press as scientists perceived the new process to be unnecessarily arduous. We have worked with local researchers, with the Office of the Attorney General, with the University of the Bahamas, and the local NGO community to increase the understanding of the new process among stakeholders and to gain buy-in from them. Through much hard work and dedication, researchers are receiving permits to conduct scientific research in the Bahamas, and the process is working a lot better, and the relationships, of course, they're working together in a much better way.
Yes.
We are working with the University of the Bahamas to have samples tested at their lab facilities. This reduces the amount of samples that would need to be exported. It also increases the government's ability to regulate the research activity and build capacity within the sector. Why send it abroad when Bahamians, qualified Bahamians, can get the job done? We believe in Bahamians. The Bahamas Pine Islands project is a multi-year project aimed at increasing the productivity of our forest areas declaring new forest spaces, and enhancing the industries associated with our pine and coppice forests in the Bahamas. The Pine Islands project has expended more than 600,000 Bahamian dollars in the past fiscal year, providing continual support and empowerment of the local communities, protection and preservation of natural resources, and development of sustainable land use tools for the country as mandated by the department. Specific but not limited to projects include the establishment of a formalized cascarilla market and a formalized plantation, the development of a marketing plan and buyer lock-in and identification. Also, the development of the resource assessment for sustainable resource management for harvesters and the continual implementation of training programs taught through the schools and local on the islands. Madam Speaker, the project procured all greenhouse and irrigation material to be constructed on the plantation site, a 5-acre site within Spring Point. Now, Madam Speaker, the other area I'm going to talk about. Prior to this, I didn't know, and so other persons, I don't know who would know, but 105-acre site within Sliven Acklands. I don't know if Elizabeth knows Sliven Acklands. Director Neely said she had never heard about it before. She communicated with PS, who had never heard about it before. But she told me she'll put her head on the chopping blocks that she is right. And so I'm quoting her. Sliven Acklands. Lands granted through Crown's grant by the government of the Bahamas and lands and surveys. This sustainable livelihoods portion of the project also supported the locals within the Andros community through the continued support of the indigenous craft trade, silvertop palm and cabbage palm. The department, along with BAIC, has already identified a site for the development of silvertop reserve within the Red Base community to serve as a nursery site, non-timber forestry harvesting site, as well as an ecotourism hub.
Yes.
Additionally, the artisans and traders from both communities with indigenous knowledge were also trained through the project on the international stage at the St. Lucia Sustainable Livelihoods Technical Exchange and from the local stage through various courses executed by reputable and seasoned consultants.
Very good.
The integrated landscape management for addressing land degradation, food security, and climate resilience challenges in the Bahamas is a $20 million project implemented through the UNEP and executed by DEP. The project will address land degradation and reduce certain climate risks. This project will enhance climate resilient food production across productive agricultural landscapes through sound integrated landscape management and land degradation neutrality approaches in the Bahamas. The project aims to do several things. One, to strengthen the enabling environment for the achievement of land degradation neutrality through improved policy and governance. Also, to demonstrate a regenerative agriculture and resilient food production system, practices, and the technologies. To incentivize uptake and replication of sustainable land management and climate resilient agriculture, and to enhance monitoring and the knowledge management systems for LDN assessment and agricultural production systems. The project, which will be undertaken over 4 years, will deliver intended outcomes that will contribute to the desired intermediate state of attaining reduced vulnerability to land degradation across productive landscapes in the country through A, the implementation of policy, planning, and the development processes that foster land degradation neutrality integration. B, the reduced potential for land degradation over some 27,300 hectares through the installation of sustainable land management, nature-based solutions, and climate-resilient agriculture systems. And C, the enhancement of evidence-based decision-making on LDN among stakeholders, and ultimately, the desired impacts of improved and sustainable crop yields and healthy, resilient, and productive ecosystems toward improved livelihoods and well-being and expanded GEB's global environment benefits. The meeting, The Challenge of 2020 in the Bahamas, JEF 2020, is an $18 million project on the islands of New Providence, Grand Bahama, Andros, and the Exumas. The project was designed to improve, one, the integration of natural resource management systems for marine protected areas and adjacent landscapes and the seascapes. Two, to extend effective protected area management. And three, to establish marine protected areas management integrated with sustainable development in the broader landscape and seascape. The department is partnering with the Bahamas National Trust, with NatureServe Ltd, Certified Energy Auditing Service, the Nature Conservancy, WICA, Perry Institute for Marine Science and Sustainability specialist, Dr. Hargreaves Allen Herod, to bring the project to completion. To date, assessments to establish the payment range for park visitors, a self-sustainability study of the MPAs, community and stakeholder partnerships within the surrounding areas of the MPAs have been created. Zoning plans for the areas that surround the MPAs have been created, in addition to monitoring and conservation plans for several native and endemic species, invasive alien species removal, mangrove planting initiatives, establishment of parks committees, and stakeholder engagement sessions have all been completed within the last 2 years and have resulted in stronger stakeholder investment within the marine protected areas. Madam Speaker, during the next year, $70,000 is earmarked for the development of business plans for Mariah Harbor Key National Park and Lucayan National Park. An additional $25,000 for the development of technologies designed for proper species conservation and monitoring, and $30,000 set towards the monitoring of groundwater and training for farmers within the community of Andros. $300,000 will be designated for the creation of the SBIS system, establishment and build out of a data system geared toward protection of species, endangered endemic species. $130,000 set toward the completion and implementation of the design and installation of solar PV and energy efficient and energy management technology. Yes. Within the next quarter, it is anticipated, Madam Speaker, that on the Grand Bahama site, solar panels will be installed to create sustainable park lighting and increase safety for park managers and visitors. We are also working with stakeholders to increase the appeal of these protected areas to the public. These parks form a significant portion of our natural environment. They exist to protect economically viable marine life, as well as to protect native and endemic species. Recently, Madam Speaker, nature solutions have been shown to be much more effective at increasing environmental sustainability, and we find that our environment, when left intact, is better able to respond to the adverse impacts of climate change. We encourage every Bahamian, resident and visitor to pay a visit to a park and become familiar with its unique ecosystem and special offerings. In 2013, Madam Speaker, the National Energy Policy was developed, and the plan for the 30% introduction of renewable energy into the national grid was enacted. Since then, the Bahamas, we've come a long way.
Yes.
We're not there yet, but we're on the way. Through the use of grants and budgeted funding, we have seen installations across several government-owned buildings and facilities. We've completed energy audits for future installations. We've retrofitted street lighting and embarked upon a training program to equip this generation of renewable energy installers and the electricians to handle the latest in technological innovation. We are equipping our people, Madam Speaker.
Yes, sir. Moving forward. Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, in April, a couple of months ago, the Bahamas was yet again the recipient of the Caribbean Renewable Energy Forum's Award, this time for climate resilience in the design and implementation of the solar systems with battery backup at 3 Abaco schools. The schools are the Central Abaco Primary, Manowar Primary, and Guana Key School. Each of those institutions were damaged during Hurricane Dorian. With the new design of the schools, Madam Speaker, and the renewable energy and battery backup installations, the schools' infrastructure are stronger than ever, more climate resilient, and sustainably built. Other government-owned assets are planned, extending in marine protected areas within this budget year. Madam Speaker, this month, the department, along with the Rocky Mountain Institute, RMI, will conduct solar training and energy audit training to selected individuals from the public sector, the private sector, and quasi-governmental agencies. As we look to achieve the goal of reducing our carbon emissions and renewable energy introduction, there's a critical need to have local technicians and engineers equipped to address the challenges ahead. Madam Speaker, we are building capacity among our own. This training will provide the groundwork for all those who complete it to sit the certification exam, therefore further qualifying themselves as competent in the field. It is important that we capitalize on and optimize our human resources. This can only propel us to meet our collective climate change and sustainable development goals. Madam Speaker, the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection, DEP, with the anticipated employment of new staff, will continue its mandate to prevent and to control pollution, to regulate environmental activities, and to administrate the sustainable use of the environment, to preserve this environment as an inheritance for every Bahamian. Madam Speaker, the Forestry Unit. The Forestry Unit is mandated to develop the forest resources of the Bahamas to their maximum potential by applying sound, scientific, and sustained yield forest management principles and concepts. As guided by prudent policy and the provisions of the Forestry Act 2010 and Forestry Regulations 2014, the forest resources of the Bahamas will be sustainably managed as a viable, renewable, natural resource for the benefit of the Bahamas. In recent accomplishments of the unit includes the implementation of a national forest inventory on Grand Bahama. In July last year, the forestry unit implemented permanent sampling plots, PSPs, as part of the National Forestry Inventory, which is the foundational data required to establish a carbon monitoring system for the Bahamas' forests resources. The NFIs enable countries to evaluate their forest resources, to capture multi-purpose data sets, such as biodiversity, socioeconomic aspects of forest use, and carbon stored. These data inform forest management decisions, national policy, and international reporting requirements. A national forest inventory is one of the key sources of data emission factors for estimating anthropogenic forest-related greenhouse gas emissions and is an essential element of the national forest monitoring system and influences sustainable land management system. Established in the year, matter of fact, established an office on Crooked Island in the Michael constituency, where the Minister of State, he's the member of parliament for that area. We have a forestry representative in his district. In July 2022, July last year, the forestry unit's officer, Mr. Kurt Cunningham, was transferred to Crooked Island. This office is mandated to continue activities related to forestry and relevant projects, such as the Marine Protected Area Management and the Cascarilla Pilot Project. Forestry also will be decentralizing and establishing other offices on our family islands. Madam Speaker, also the Wild Bird Protection Act, game wardens and hunting season. The forestry units completed a successful season of wild bird hunting from September 2022 to March 2023. Activities included hosting town meetings in New Providence, Abaco, and Andros, and issuing some 150 game warden ID cards and on-ground monitoring in Central and South Andros by the forestry unit and Royal Bahamas Defense Force officers. South Andros has the highest population of white-crowned pigeons and other game birds in the Bahamas. Residents and other community stakeholders take value in hunting as an economic boost for the local economy. The two teams conducted over 120 spot checks with hunters during the opening of the hunting season in September last year. Also, Madam Speaker, Forestry Awareness Week from March 21 to March 31 is a week dedicated annually to build awareness of forestry and forestry-related initiatives locally and activities worldwide. Each year, a particular theme is prescribed. The theme for this year was forests and health. The activities included television and radio appearances, World Forestry Day, that was proclaimed by our Prime Minister. Also, newspaper advertisements, school visits, tree planting demonstrations in Abaco and the Grand Bahama. We were there, we visited there. The events culminated with the first ever video competition entitled A Healthy Forest for Healthy Bahamians. We must protect our forests. The winner of this inaugural competition was Aquinas College, followed closely by R.M. Bailey and C.R. Walker in second and third places, respectively. The first phase public awareness campaign launched during Forestry Awareness Week, March 21, World Forestry Day. Forest Awareness Week, again, is a week dedicated annually to build awareness in forestry. New initiatives and spending. One is an expansion of the network of marine protected areas, MPAs. Cabinet has approved the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources to manage all gazetted MPAs in the marine environment and any land areas to be managed by the forestry unit. The newly approved 42 MPA area maps with legal descriptions are being prepared and subject to gazettement for the information to be dispersed to the general public. The forestry unit has developed a management strategy and budget for those MPA areas whose boundaries overlap on the land. It is projected for some $2.5 million in new spending within the next fiscal period. Also, Madam Speaker, grant funding from the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, The forestry unit, in collaboration with GCF, the Food and Agricultural Organization, received approval for grant funding in December of last year for some $900,000 for the readiness and preparatory support. The project is entitled Preparation of Strategic Framework to Reduce Deforestation and Forest Degradation and Enhance Adaptive Capacity in the Bahamas. This will assist the forestry unit in continuing efforts to collect data on forestry resources throughout the central and southern islands. Madam Speaker, the Blocked Creek Assessment of Andros. The forestry unit, in collaboration with DEP and the EDF, the Environmental Defense Fund, and other NGOs, they are conducting an assessment of all blocked creeks in Andros, and it will not be limited to Andros, on our other islands. The goal is to improve connectivity between our mangrove ecosystems to the marine ecosystems of the reefs and larger water bodies. This will in turn improve its biodiversity while improving fish stocks and other essential ecosystem services of our waters. Later this year, Madam Speaker, we will be hosting the Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute for their 76th conference from the 3rd to the 11th of November, partnering with the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, particularly the Marine Division, and the Ministry of Tourism. The government of the Bahamas, represented by the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, will host this conference highlighting the theme, linking science and society towards a vision for sustainable fisheries. My ministry, with the assistance, again, of other government ministries, will host the anticipated 350 to 400 national and international delegates from across some 30 countries. This conference will provide an opportunity for the Bahamas to feature its conservation triumph in its marine and terrestrial ecosystems. It will also permit us to have our local leaders in the sector to share their experiences with the many delegates. The unique biodiversity of our ecosystems, especially our mangroves and coral reefs, are of great interest at both the regional and international level. Ongoing initiatives: the repeal and replacement of the Forestry Act 2010. A repeal and replacement of this act will establish the minister responsible for forestry as the corporation sole and the lands gazetted as the National Forest Estate, a key deliverable of the Jeff Pine Island project and the Bahamas' obligation to the United Nations for climate change mitigation and adoption and other international conventions. Secondly, reforestation of the Carmichael Road forests. Extensive anthropogenic pressures such as unauthorized clearings occurred in the former well-filled pine forest sites, resulting, Madam Speaker, in over 500 acres of pine forest being cleared cut. Cabinet approved the establishment of the National Forest Estate and the pilot project to conduct restoration efforts in this area. We heard the member for Freetown alluding yesterday to the establishment of a new entity, BAWIN, that will be responsible partially for enforcing the regulation that will soon come to the Parliament in these areas. The Pine Islands Forest Mangrove Innovation and Integration Project, a global environment facility, full-size project attachments titled Pine Islands, the Forest Mangrove Innovation, aims to build on recent advancement in the forestry sector by integrating biodiversity values, ecosystem services values, and precepts of sustainable forest management and land use into enhanced land use planning in the Bahamas. During the upcoming fiscal year, on-ground activities are expected to commence. These activities will include establishing a carbon monitoring system, conduct the National Forest inventory throughout the 4 Pine Islands, namely Abaco, Andros, Grand Bahama, and Western New Providence, in the pine, coppice, and mangrove forests. Other activities will include the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection obtain a project extension of 24 months after completing its biannual reports on the project status and submitted to UNEP. The National Forest Inventory commencement on New Providence, Abaco, Andros, and Grand Bahama. This process calls again for the establishment of some 335 permanent sample plots throughout forest areas on the Pine Islands for data collection and continuous forest monitoring. The National Forest Estate Declaration on the Pine Islands to realize the establishment of the National Forest Estate via resolution of both houses of Parliament. Legal descriptions with maps depicted the proposed conservation forests and forest reserves are underway. This will be an effort in collaboration with the Surveyor General of the Department of Lands and Surveys. The Davis Creek Mangrove Restoration and Rehabilitation Pilot Project in the Lovell community of Central Andros, the town meeting initiatives. The Cascarilla assessment in Acklands, Crooked Island, Savannah, and Planter Keys have been completed, and data analyzed and reports are underway. The National Forest Management Plan. The plan promotes conservation and sustainable use of the Bahamas National Forest Estate by providing more structured guidance. Hurricane Dorian forest restorations. Hurricane Dorian in 2019 catastrophically impacted the forest resources in central Abaco, from Marsh Harbor to Treasure Key and the East Grand Bahama, destroying the pine forests in particular. To restore the ecosystem, salvaging the damaged and dead pine trees were identified as the appropriate forest management intervention. In Abaco, New Providence Ecology Park Limited met the basic requirement via RFP and project proposal, and Cabinet agreed to a 3-year pine salvage license to the company to harvest damaged and dead pine trees in Abaco for commercial purposes. The company revised its business model and has changed operations to the name Bahamas Pine Works. The license is currently being reviewed by the Attorney General's office. In Grand Bahama, a group of Bahamian business persons are forming a Bahamas Forestry Cooperative Society in collaboration with the Department of Cooperatives. The society is preparing a project proposal to salvage the damaged and dead pine trees on Grand Bahama. Cabinet approved a 3-year pine salvage license to the society for commercial forestry purposes. And now Bingus, the Bahamas National Geographic Information Systems Center. At the beginning of my contribution, I would note by expressing the need for all of us to make a Herculean effort to keep our nation, particularly this little island of New Providence, clean and pristine. As the government's technical focal point for Geographic Information Systems, GIS, with legislative responsibility for the administration of the Bahamas Spatial Data Infrastructure System and Program. The Bahamas National Geographic Information Systems Center has been engaged in several initiatives that not only include technical assistance to agencies and capacity building, but also yield a coordinated interministerial approach to implementing geospatial technologies to meet the dynamic needs of stakeholders and to enhance decision-making. Currently, the government using geospatial information is using geospatial information in multiple areas that I've described earlier, including waste management, vector control planning, building control, and our climate change initiatives, forestry, our conservation initiatives, biodiversity monitoring, and for delineating marine protected sites. investing in collecting authoritative data on our geographical assets efficiently so they can be used by all of us. It's important for all of us. The international best practice says that the data should be collected authoritatively once, should be regularly maintained for the entire nation, and reused by everyone. This is the way forward for managing this important geospatial data resource so needed to assist our beautiful country. It is for this reason that we've asked an internationally recognized team presently in country now, led by Dr. Vanessa Lawrence, to advise how the ministry can begin to optimize our use of geospatial information to underpin all the decisions of the ministry, using the coordinating authority given by the Bahamas Spatial Data Infrastructure Act of 2014 to the Bahamas National GIS Center, okay, which, of course, is in the Ministry of the Environment. The learnings from this important work will assist other ministries to understand the important role of the geospatial information in their future work, as well as bringing long-term cost efficiencies to my ministry and improvements in the services that can be provided.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Crum, Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, I move that we exceed beyond the 7 o'clock hour with the seconder.
Yes. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable member. It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, more specifically, initiatives that the Center is involved in includes continue to technical assistance to the Ministry, provide technical assistance to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Since 2005, we're providing GIS expertise to support maritime boundary negotiations with neighboring countries intended to resume later this year. Also, global navigational satellite systems, station management and use, which enhances the ability of GIS users and surveyors to access real-time data correction to achieve 1 centimeter positional accuracy. Planned drone training to support data collection, to underpin emergency response, planning, research, and analysis. The training will also include drone pilot certification, flight planning, and processing images and elevation details. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, Dr. Vanessa Lawrence, Director of Location International in the UK, has been contracted to provide strategic advice and full operational capacity to Bingham Center to meet its national mandate in alignment with the BSDI system and program legislative agenda. Dr. Lawrence works internationally as a senior advisor to governments, intergovernmental organizations, including the World Bank and the large private sector organizations. Her experience in spatial data infrastructure and institutional arrangements is extensive, including but not limited to satellite applications catapult, the Innovation Center for Satellite Use in the United Kingdom, member of the advisory boards of Seraphim Space LLP, and a trustee of the Royal Geographical Society and adjunct professor at the University of Southampton. Madam Speaker, Bingus of the One has developed a 5-year national geospatial transformation and implementation plan to advance a whole of government approach to advance the practical and efficient use of geospatial technology and information to underpin the government's agenda. To underpin all governmental agencies and other groups can be leveraged to support multiple national policy agenda initiatives, including but not limited to land administration, infrastructure projects, marine management, and coastal zone management and other applications, and minimize, if not eliminate, duplication of effort and waste of scarce resources. And now, Madam Speaker, I wish just for a few moments to speak to an area that I've always loved, just for a few moments, on our natural resources. Just a few moments, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been stating for a long time that our natural resources will create new streams of revenue for our country. I used to believe that, and I know that in the near future, we will begin to experience it. Madam Speaker, there's been lots of talk about the various natural resources of the Bahamas, the abundance of diverse natural resources that grace, as some people refer to us as this breathtaking archipelago. In my capacity as Minister of the Environment and Natural Resources, Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to travel extensively through our country and to delve deeper into the wonders of our country and to explore some of the remarkable assets that make our nation so extraordinary. Madam Speaker, it is said that if you can imagine yourself standing on the shoreline, picture this, maybe you're on Harbor Island or on one of the beaches on Cat Island, with the powdery pink sand beneath your feet, crafted by the tiny red shell and that they say is foraminifera. See, these enchanting beaches, Madam Speaker,
Yes, enchanting.
are not only a testament to nature's artistry, but also an essential pillar of our tourism industry,
Yeah.
drawing visitors from far and wide to bask in our country's, Madam Speaker, mesmerizing
Wow.
beauty.
Big tower.
As we gaze upon, Madam Speaker, the turquoise waters that surround our beautiful island,
It's poetry here, Michael City. Poetry.
we witness the thriving ecosystems
Your country.
that lie beneath. The fisheries of the Bahamas provide sustenance and livelihoods for our coastal communities.
Hear that?
The diverse fish species, from grouper to snapper, contribute to our cultural heritage and offer culinary delights. However, it is imperative that we prioritize, continue to do sustainable practices, ensuring the preservation of our invaluable resources for future generations. Madam Speaker, venturing beneath the surface, we encounter the wonders of our coral reefs, teeming with vibrant marine life. These living organisms are not only a source of awe and inspiration, but also provide essential habitats for an incredible array of marine species. Snorkeling and diving amidst these coral gardens unveil a world of colorful fish, graceful sea turtles, and so many other sea creatures. Again, we must be guardians of these delicate ecosystems, implementing strategies to mitigate the threats of climate change, pollution, and they are always invading our waters and taking our prized possessions. We call them poachers. We must guard against them. Madam Speaker, along our coastline, we find the magnificent mangrove forests that line our shores. These coastal wetlands are not just picturesque landscapes. They are sanctuaries of life. Mangroves provide vital nursery grounds for juvenile fish, shelter for countless bird species, and protection against coastal erosion and storm surges. Recognizing their significance, we must support initiatives that conserve and restore these vital ecosystems, ensuring the resilience of our coastal communities. Madam Speaker, our islands are also blessed with a plethora of bird species,
Yes.
delighting bird watchers and nature enthusiasts from around the world. Madam Speaker, it is said, from the elegant flamingos to the charismatic Bahama parrots, these avian wonders symbolize the interconnectedness of our ecosystems.
All right.
Let us appreciate their beauty and work towards preserving their habitats,
Serve them.
promoting the flourishing of both birds and biodiversity. As we explore further, we uncover the remarkable plant resources that abound in our country. The agave plants, with their versatile fibers, enable local artisans to craft intricate rope and traditional crafts. Our medicinal plants, such as aloe vera, fever grass, neem,
Right.
just to name a few, have been treasured for their healing properties for generations.
Yes.
We grew up calling it bush medicine.
That's right.
Now, West End call it herbal medicine, but it's the same thing.
Still bush medicine.
Let us embrace the knowledge passed down by our ancestors
Yes.
and integrate traditional remedies into our modern healthcare practices. Nothing beats a flu like Sarasi with some aloes and squeeze some sour in it.
That's right.
Beyond the enchanting landscapes and living wonders, the Bahamas holds hidden treasures that have the potential to shape our future. Offshore, vast reserves of oil and natural gas lie beneath the surface,
Yes.
presenting opportunities for economic development and energy diversification if we choose to go in that path. If not, it's still ours. It's our natural asset, a part of our cadre of national assets. The Bahamas hold deposits of gypsum, of phosphate, of other minerals within its lands. These resources have applications in construction, in agriculture, and manufacturing. Madam Speaker, I say let us explore these opportunities
Yes.
while embracing sustainable practices that minimize the environmental impact and ensure the preservation of our lands for generations to come. Let us not forget the intangible resources that make the Bahamas, our beloved nation, truly exceptional. Madam Speaker, our cultural heritage, deeply intertwined with the natural world, resonates in the traditions of straw weaving, of wood carving, and shellcraft. Madam Speaker, I can speak of two persons now, as I think, who have done some things out of the coconut that I couldn't dream,
Wow.
who have done some things with conch shell that I couldn't imagine.
Wow.
Natural to the Bahamas. And it's Bahamian. They didn't import it from China or Indonesia or one of those other countries. Made, produced, made, and manufactured indigenous to our country. These traditional handcrafts showcase the creativity and the skill of our people while connecting us to our roots. By supporting local artisans and preserving these crafts, we ensure the continuity of our cultural heritage and contribute to the local arts and crafts industry. As we continue our journey, Madam Speaker, we see that the Bahamas provides a fertile ground for the blue, green, aquamarine, ocean, carbon, and climate economies, where education and research facilities focused on our environmental studies,
Yes.
on marine biology, and conservation. These wonders all serve as beacons to knowledge, enabling us to deepen our understanding of our natural resources and develop effective strategies for their sustainable management. To do so, Madam Speaker, we must foster collaborations between academia, the government, and the communities, ensuring that research translates into actionable steps towards preserving our invaluable resources. In the area of renewable energy, we have the potential to harness the power of the wind, of our tides, sun, and geothermal energy beneath our islands. Embracing wind energy, tidal energy, solar power, and geothermal energy not only reduces our reliance on fossil fuels, but it will help us to transition towards a sustainable future. Therefore, we must seize these opportunities by investing in renewable energy infrastructure and fostering innovation that aligns with our commitment to preserving the natural beauty of our country. The announcements will be coming soon by the Minister of Works regarding solar energy and its implementation in our family of islands. Madam Speaker, the cultural and natural wealth of our country extends beyond its physical assets. It also resides within our people who share a deep love and respect for our environment. So together, I say to Bahamians, let us cultivate a sense of environmental stewardship by promoting sustainable practices in our daily lives, from reducing plastic waste to conserving water and supporting local organic farming. Every action counts. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the Bahamas offers countless opportunities for ecotourism, inviting visitors to immerse themselves in the wonders of nature, whether it's embarking on nature walks, observing wildlife, or engaging in eco-adventures. These experiences foster appreciation for the environment, promote conservation efforts, and contribute to our local economy. Madam Speaker, we must continue to develop our ecotourism initiatives that prioritize sustainability, ensuring that our visitors will leave with not only cherished memories, but also a profound understanding of our fragile ecosystems. The natural resources of the Bahamas are a tapestry, has been described as a tapestry of wonders that define our identity as a nation. From the seashells and medicinal plants to the bird watching and geothermal potential, these assets shape our lives, provide economic opportunities, and connect us to our natural heritage. Let us cherish, we must do so, and protect these resources, embracing sustainable practices that will safeguard their integrity for the benefit of present and future generations. Madam Speaker, just want to briefly talk about a few of our natural resources. I want enter the debate as to what their value.
Yes.
As we must catalog, we have to catalog our natural resources in order to scientifically determine their value. And it's necessary, a data and scientific-based approach is necessary to determine the possible exploitations for economic benefit. Right. So we have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
There's something called agar wood, a highly valuable and aromatic wood derived from certain trees. The wood is used in perfumes, incense, and traditional medicines. We have amber. It's known for its deposits, especially in Andros. Fossilized tree resin. It is used in jewelry and has significant scientific value for studying ancient ecosystems. Our black coral. The waters surrounding the Bahamas are home to black coral, a unique species of coral with a distinctive black skeleton. Blue holes. We have the most blue holes of any country on the planet.
That's right.
The Bahamas is famous for a network of underwater sinkholes that they call blue holes. These unique geological formations not only provide opportunities for exploration and scuba diving, but also they have scientific and ecological significance. Calcite. We have calcite deposits. Calcite is used in various industries, including construction, in agriculture, and pharmaceuticals. Madam Speaker, not only do we have clay sitting with us in the house,
that's right.
We have clay all over the Bahamas.
Oh, wow, you on over
we
clay.
Have, yes.
Oh, I gotta watch out for you.
Yes, we have. Yes. We have multiple clay, medicinal clay. in certain areas in the Bahamas, particularly North Andros, have deposits of medicinal clay, which are believed to have therapeutic properties. These clays are used in natural remedies, skincare products, and spa treatments.
Yep.
Can be used for pottery, ceramics, and other clay-based industries. I tell you, we got plenty clay.
Hey, all over.
We have deposits of marl that can be used in construction and as a soil conditioner and in the production of cement. Aragonite that we've always talked about,
Yes.
an abundance. It's a type of calcium carbonate mineral found abundantly in our country. It can be used for various industries, including construction, manufacturing, and agriculture. Aragonite deposits in the Bahamas are known for their high quality and purity. Alpine forests, some of the Bahamas, some such as in Grand Bahama, Andros, Abaco. These forests contribute to the country's biodiversity and offer opportunities for outdoor activities. They also serve as carbon sinks. They retain carbon. They will play a vital role in this whole carbon conversation. Lignum vitae, a natural tree, a national tree, is known for its dense and durable wood. It's used for making tools, for decorative items, also for medicinal purposes. Our limestone and aggregates, we have an extensive limestone deposits, particularly in Andros and Abaco, used for construction, road building, also an ingredient in cement. I'm telling you, our limestone caves, the Bahamas, we have an extensive network of limestone caves and sinkholes. Coral reefs, Madam Speaker, we have the third largest barrier reef in the world, rests on the side of Andros. Also, Madam Speaker, we have the largest collection of coral reefs in the Caribbean and the Western Hemisphere. We are renowned for our beautiful coral reefs and nurseries, which are valuable ecosystems that support a wide variety of marine life. In fact, as I said earlier, we have the third largest barrier reef in the world. Our waters, as we are presently using it for desalination purposes to meet freshwater demands, but also, Madam Speaker, on 2 occasions it's recorded when the astronauts went in space, went up to the moon, Madam Speaker, 2 places on the planet stood out. One was the Great Wall of China, and Madam Speaker, the other was the beautiful waters surrounding the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, we got it going on. We just have to appreciate what we have. We have mahogany, home to mahogany trees that provide wood for cabinetry, for decorative reasons, Madam Speaker, for lumbering. We can do this. Iron ore. The Bahamas has limited deposits of iron ore. Again, as I said, gypsum, that's used for construction materials such as drywall, plaster, and cement. Manganese nodules. The Bahamas, these nodules contain valuable minerals like manganese, iron, nickel, and cobalt. We have it in the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Our mangrove forests are found in coastal areas in the Bahamas, and they provide habitat for numerous species, and they help to stabilize coastlines. But again, our mangroves, they are carbon sinks. They store carbon. And Madam Speaker, we have their home. We have the largest bonefish flats, the largest bonefish flats on the planet. And we have the largest population of bonefish on the planet. Madam Speaker, our wetlands and Andros is the home to most of it.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I could take you to places in Andros, blindfold you, take you on a boat, remove the blindfold, and you would have no clue. You will have no clue that you're in Andros. Madam Speaker, the island of Andros, the island of Andros, Madam Speaker, the island of Andros is a treasure trove of our natural resources.
Very good.
The key to us benefiting from our natural resources lies on that big continent to the west. Andros, oh Andros. She wake. She wake. Oh, she wake.
Oh, yeah, Pastor. We wait.
Telling you,
We wait.
in the words of the late Clarence Bain, she wake. She wake. Oh, my Andros. Our wetlands, Madam Speaker, again, carbon sinks. Our medicinal plants, Madam Speaker, we have orchids. Madam Speaker, our fishing grounds, Madam Speaker, and the list goes on. Our oolitic sand, our silica sand, our coral sand, our natural spring. I can speak from now until about our resources. Phosphates, our pink sand beaches. Madam Speaker, if you notice, I'm just going through it, but one day I'll have an opportunity, one day, to present it in its fullest. And Madam Speaker, as I close, Madam Speaker, our seagrass beds, another area of carbon sink, Madam Speaker, retains carbon.
Yes.
And it is alleged that we have the largest grouping of seabeds on the planet. Our sea salt, our crown land. Madam Speaker, we're beginning now to make we're beginning to earn revenues for the use of our space travel. But Madam Speaker, these, Madam Speaker, are but a few of our natural resources, which comprise the conversation of possibilities.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'm a man of faith. I already believe with God all things are possible.
Amen. That's right.
And I know, Madam Speaker, with what we have, Madam Speaker, rest assured that a more deliberate list, detailed list, is forthcoming. Like the member of Cat Island and Rumkey, our Prime Minister, has sought to do with our massive seagrass meadows, Madam Speaker, the Bahamas must also seek innovative ways to begin to monetize our multitude of natural resources for the benefit of current and future Bahamians. Madam Speaker, a good example of one of our many that I've referred to that we must consider maximizing, Madam Speaker, is the revenue from our sea lanes. The same way we get revenue, as the Minister of Transport knows, from our airwaves, we got to make it from our sea lanes. By implementing, we must implement a user or a traverse fee. You know how many boats, traffic through our waters, don't pay a dime, Madam Speaker. Matter of fact, they take a lot of our resources because they catch a lot of our fishes en route. The Bahamas' sea lanes, Madam Speaker, serves as the lifeline of global commerce, connecting nations and fostering economic growth. Madam Speaker, we are a natural Panama Canal, and they would rather traverse through us because it takes too long and it costs much more to traverse around us. The Bahamas, with its strategic position and commitment to sustainable maritime practices, plays a vital role in maintaining the smooth flow of goods and services, benefiting not only our economy, but also contributing to the global exchange of resources and fostering international cooperation. Madam Speaker, the Bahamas truly offers an exceptional array of natural resources, historical significance, and technological opportunities. As the world recognizes the threat we as a planet face from climate change and global warming, Madam Speaker, I say let us begin our move to understanding how many of our resources play roles in the development of the global aquamarine, blue, green, ocean, climate, and carbon economies. With values, Madam Speaker, I'm afraid to say the number, but the values are exponential.
Be brave.
Okay, Madam Speaker? If I say the numbers, Madam Speaker, to realize that, Madam Speaker, we may be a small nation, but we can play a critical role in finding the answers that the world needs. With that, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, I've been saying it,
Yes.
our new streams of revenues will emerge from our natural resources. I said it then and didn't know what I was saying. Madam Speaker, what I've researched and what I've discovered, I know all the more. Our new streams of revenue will emerge from our natural resources. May Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and to give our Prime Minister more wisdom to navigate us through some of these treacherous shores and take us to victory on the other side. And may he bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth more common. Golden Island support.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the ushers come with the offering plate. But Madam Speaker, there were a couple of areas I had hoped that the member would have addressed, and I thought those were two very hopeful presentations. Hope for the use of our natural resources by the member for Golden Isles, and hope that the PLP would help Michael from the member for Michael. But Madam Speaker, the stony coral tissue disease is a very real threat to more than 50% of our coral species in the Bahamas. And one, if the minister would indulge, I didn't hear anything about it as to whether or not the government has launched a program to address that, because that is an extremely pressing issue. No, I'm talking about, sorry? Yeah, I didn't hear the plan of action in terms of the remedial actions to be taken, so I was under the impression that the minister was going to expand on what you said. But you could comment on it again if you like, but I didn't hear what the remedial efforts were with respect to it. Yeah.
I'll let the Minister for Agriculture briefly. But just briefly, I want to say that several NGOs, including the Perry Institute of Marine Science, okay, they have been treating Scuttle D, that's what's known as Scuttle D, and having some success with the treatment. And so it's very hopeful that we'll be able to navigate through this and they'll be restored. So they're experiencing some success. It's the Perry Institute of Marine Sciences and a number of other NGOs. And along with the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection, who's overseeing it and a part of it. And so we're experiencing some success with it.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I spoke at it yesterday in depth. So we have Coral Valley, which you're quite aware of. And also we launched a few weeks ago a partnership with Atlantis, University of the Bahamas, Perry Institute, as well as Department of Marine Resources, Coral Gene Bank. That's going to be housed at Atlantis. And what this gene bank does is that they go collect different corals, different species, and house them to ensure that once it's safe, they can replant and they can save the species. So we've already started that, and the partnership's already on the way.
So colleagues, I heard that intervention. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard that intervention. The part of it that concerned me is coral regeneration is a lengthy process. What I was more concerned about, and I believe those persons in the snorkeling business, those persons in the fishing business concerned about, is the containment, because that's what the big issue is. Have we identified the appropriate methodology to treat the disease so that we could slow the expansion? So that's one part of it. The second, I know that there was a robust education program, because again, it seemed to be traveling south. I know Grand Bahama was significantly affected, and south, north and central. The containment is what is of concern, whether or not there's a program for that. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's something that the scientists are dealing with. The Department of Marine Resources are continuing the work from when you was minister. We haven't stopped that, but we're looking at ways that we can expand. Of course, you know, it's an aggressive disease that moves much quicker than anything we've ever seen. So we're continuing to work with NGOs and, you know, all of them, and the scientists and the Perry Institute and Atlantis came together to try to find ways to try to get some of the coral that before they get contaminated. I understand your concern, and I think that all of us share in that. So the scientists are still doing their research. The treatment it still takes time, and it moves much quicker than we could contain it at this time, but we're still working with it.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
The member for Cat Island, the member with responsibility for the environment, would indulge. There's been a raging debate around this whole issue of natural resources, but in particular, Prime Minister, and we've spoken to this issue before from the Free National Movement standpoint. There's a tremendous confusion about the move from the Sovereign Wealth Fund to the new investment instrument being used to manage the proceeds from natural resources. The member, in his conversation about the role that the mangrove and other areas, for example, the forest or the coppice vegetation and pine barrens play as a carbon sink, did not address in any manner the nexus, the connection between the whole carbon credit regime and the Sovereign Wealth Fund. I believe it would be an important intervention to talk about what is that connection between proceeds that will be derived from what is an innovative attempt to monetize the carbon credits, but at the same time, how do we make the connection between what we intend to derive from that and the Sovereign Wealth Fund?
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Cat Island.
Unfortunately, the populist voices out there are very sort of skewed this question of Sovereign Wealth Fund. If you go to the genesis of this is basically where when major oil finds in these small jurisdictions with populations of less than 1 million, take for example the Kuwaiti Sovereign Fund and the other smaller islands with major oil finds, they developed that to find a way not just to give out to people, but to invest on behalf of the country. Right? And it's designed to assist the country in meeting its obligations to its citizenry. It does not necessarily mean that you get a dividend from a sovereign wealth fund. It will be many years before you could arrive to that position. You know, we have, for example, our ongoing expenses to meet the obligations of government business, providing the services that's necessary for our people. It's in excess of $3 billion a year, right? We manage it through containing taxes. So if we find a way, if the funds are sufficient, we could find, we could rebate taxes, for example, because we still have to take care of our businesses. Right? And in a country like the Bahamas, or particularly small island developing states in the Caribbean, right? One catastrophic event in 1 year could wipe out our total GDP, right? I could give you examples of it right now in the Caribbean, and Dominica, and Puerto Rico. But just look at what Dorian did to us. We're still recovering from Dorian, $3.4 billion. So the exploitation, if I call it that, of our natural resources is just another form of creating revenue to assist the government in its business. right? And hopefully we'll get surpluses. And hopefully when we do have surpluses, all Bahamian citizens will be benefiting by perhaps paying lower taxes, by perhaps ensuring that each of their children, each of our children have proper access to health care, education, free of charge, for example. Those are some of the decisions that have to be made. But just to use this general sweeping with the sovereign wealth fund, what does the sovereign wealth fund mean? The sovereign wealth fund, so yes, eventually we may have a sovereign wealth fund. But what we have done is we set up a mechanism for funding to ensure that we can invest assets for return to again create further revenue streams to help us pay the country's bills, to help the country to provide the services that they're obligated to their citizenry. And so the time, you should be lending your voice to the exploitation of our resources for the purposes of taking care of our bills. And yes, if you reach a point where we could lower taxes, for example, we could provide more free services, government services, for example, because we have identified streams, because we have very effectively managed our resources. That's what it's all about. Many countries are exploiting their resources and don't have a sovereign wealth fund. Right? I mean, they don't. Right? And so we don't even appreciate, we talk about natural resources, but what are our natural resources? And to what extent do they exist? What is the marketability of it? And where is the value added to those resources? Is it here? Could we capitalize ourselves sufficiently to exploit it? There are so many questions that has to be answered. And so I hear the populist chatter out there, which is very sexy, because yes, this country is doing that. But look at what that country is about. Look what they are exploiting. And so that's why, I'm out there, because most of our natural resources, right, are threatened by the existential threat, not threat anymore, but this is what climate change has done. You talk about the coral reef and diseases. What do you think of bringing that about? The warming of our seas. Why are our seas being warm? Because of the greenhouse emissions. Right? What we should be talking about is how we could get reparations to make those countries who are responsible for the greenhouse emissions that has so impacted our way of life and climate change that they should pay us for having done those things. And that is where our voices should be.
Prime Minister, with your indulgence, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, you raise an important point in terms of where the focus should be. I think one of the big concerns in the country at the moment is failure of successive administrations to ring-fence revenue from certain sources so that the revenue can go to the specific areas where there are national needs. So in the carbon credit regime, as you presented to the Parliament, it is contemplated by the organizers of that fund that funds are not simply going to flow into the consolidated funds to meet a variety of needs, that those funds are going to be ring-fenced to restrict us who have a temptation, all of us, to direct it as we see fit. And therefore, we don't get the results, the outcomes we desire. So in much the same way that the carbon credit regime contemplates ring fencing, that is, parking funds for specific purposes. When I heard the minister, who gave, I think, a very poetic rendition of or itemizing of all of the natural resources, many of the natural resources, the question is, after you've done the evaluation, how much exists, and then what is the value of it? Then you do the monetization. How do we translate that into revenue? The question is, how is that revenue parked or ring-fenced in order to meet those specific needs that you just mentioned? That's what the issue is that the public is not getting. What will we do after we valued it, monetized it? How do we constrain it in a way that it goes to where it needs to go? And I think that's part of what the budget debate should be about.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Kent Island. Thank you.
One thing about debate, you choose what you will speak to. I choose what I can speak to. And so the fact that I don't speak to it, you ought not to criticize me for that. That's what I wish to put forward. No, I say, but we should be, no, when you say that's what debate should be about. But let's talk about carbon credits and the monetization of carbon credits. First of all, this is what they call a new asset class. In fact, I was very instrumental in having it identified as such when I met with the managing director, Christiana of the IMF. Now, the green carbon is evolving, and that has been determined to be an asset class. The blue carbon was not, which is the marine resources. But it all springs from Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And that in itself speaks to what those funds are to be used for. What we have to also appreciate is the construct of our constitutional regime as it relates to revenues, fees, etc. Our Constitution dictates that it goes into the consolidated fund. Ring fencing is not contemplated by our Constitution. So if you look in the Constitution, it speaks to the consolidated fund, what happens to our revenues. That's where it goes. Right, so when people say where the VAT goes or what happened to the VAT, it goes into the consolidated fund. Right? And from there, the consolidated fund is designed, that's why we come and have the budget debate, and we approve expenditures from that fund. And that's why we do our supplement, we do our draft estimates and revenues, which tells us how we could take the money. It's all constitutional, how it's to be spent. So we are governed by those constitutional restraints. Now, in respect to the monetization of the credit, of carbon credits, it is governed by the international treaty that we've all been part of. Article 6 of that treaty allows us to seek how we could monetize the credit, meaning how we could minimize inflation, and how we could decarbonize what's in the air, and find a way to monetize that. Now, in that regime, they speak to what those funds should be used for, right? Adaptation, mitigation against climate change, because it's designed to decarbonize the world, and the funds that derive from there is for that purpose. Now, we're in a unique position in the sense that we have been so battered over the many, many years, right? And this is what we are still negotiating. And I could also say that there's still a lot of definitions that has to be resolved between contending states and, of course, the industrialized world, who are more responsible for the emissions. They're at the table, and they want to ensure that the definitions don't cause them to have to cough up more than they do. So Article 6 is what governs that. And yes, we seek to ring fence those funds for the purposes of climate adaptation and mitigation. So for example, solarizing the Bahamas, that's mitigation. building sea defenses. That's adaptation. So those funds could be directed for those purposes. And of course, since we have had a number of debt-related costs associated with climate change events, we could seek to assist in paying off some of those debts. So ring fencing it may be possible, and we're still trying to work all those issues out. As we speak, we have technical people still, they're meeting around the world almost every other month, trying to iron out all these issues. Because the potential here for the Bahamas is enormous. And we are in the forefront of it. And we are staying on top of it. And so as I said, as we speak, first of all, we all have to be responsible in our utterances. I know, people use it for the political purposes, but let's be sure of what we're speaking about. We had the word sovereign wealth fund, and you asked the ordinary person, all they see when they hear the sovereign wealth fund is a fund put aside so that I could get something later on,
Finally, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, a part of why there is a lot of loose talk or lack of understanding is that we have ceded that space. I'm saying the Free National Movement, the Progressive Liberal Party, has ceded the space and not have the clear conversation, in my view, with the public. So the minister, you're in the chair now. There are studies that have been conducted, even when we were in the chair, on what is the quantum, what is the amount of aragonite that's available, how is it reproduced over what period of time, how many licenses can be granted so that you could sustainably harvest it, and can we bring onshore those companies or create them here to add value. So I'm saying we have an opportunity to silence a lot of the discussion that offers pipe dreams by filling the space with the data we have already collected and providing the opportunity through licensing for both raw material harvesting, but more so for value-added products. And so it is my hope during the course of this debate that we could have these kinds of exchanges to bring the information this government, previous government have already collected to the fore.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand Bahamas.
And the member for Marco is correct. We certainly, during the heads, the appropriate questions to raise and to cause for more dialogue, rather intriguing dialogue. Thanks to the member for Cat Island for being so gracious in responding to the questions asked by Marco City. He could have very easily said, I shall wait for the heads. But he took considerable time to respond, and I think we're all better because he did, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we wish now to cause for the suspension until tomorrow, the 15th day, or 14th day, Madam Speaker, of 15th day of the month of June at 10 a.m., during which we will continue to debate with Engliston on the floor.
Thank you, honourable member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, honourable members. It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended until tomorrow, Thursday, 15th of June, 2023 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House stands suspended until tomorrow, Thursday, 15th of June, 2023 at 10 a.m. All right.